All right, we will call the City Council regular meeting agenda to order for Monday, January the 24th, 2022 at 6:36 p.m. With that, I'll ask everyone to please stand, and we're going to have an invocation by Member Orlando and our pledges by Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez.
If you'll please bow your head in prayer with me. Dear Heavenly Father, please watch over us tonight as we deliberate and allow us to make decisions that are pleasing to you. Please watch over our first responders and those who continue to keep us safe overseas in an increasingly turbulent world. Watch over us as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect those in our community, and keep us well and safe. So with that, amen.
All right, we're going to do the pledge to the United States flag and then immediately go right into Texas. All right, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you both for that. Great way to get started for our meeting. Moving forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of a quorum. I will certify we have all members of the council present, so we do have a certification of our quorum. Yeah, we had a stranger show up in the interim there. Member Owens. Yeah, unfortunately, that's good. Good to see everyone out tonight. Moving forward, we have citizens' comments. Mayor Pro Tem, looks like we've got a handful there.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Still trying to get some of these individual items parsed out here, but we do have three general comments. So the first general comment we have coming up is going to be Mr. Jimmy Davis.
So as Mr. Davis goes to the podium, for those for comments, if you'll say your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you can see we have a countdown clock on both sides of the dais, so you can see that. And if you signed up specifically for an agenda item like New Business 1 or 7 or whatever, then you'll be called during that item when it's on the agenda for discussion. That way we can tie your comments directly to that item. So with that, Mr. Davis, thank you for being here.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsnell, Pearland, 77584. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm excited to see a packed agenda tonight. I'm especially excited to see number 9, that action is going to finally be taken about 3230. As a member of the committee that y'all chartered to give recommendations on it, that was one of the leading items y'all asked us for a recommendation. I'm glad to see the path moving forward. I would like to ask, though, as a member of the committee, and as a resident of the community who hears lots of people complaining about getting these shocking water bills, somebody uses 6,000 gallons of water a month that gets told you used 1 million gallons. Y'all have heard a few of the names, the stories, Oil Pinop, Brandy Lewis, y'all know Denise Hewitt, the situation that went on with her meters that clearly had hiccups, malfunctions. The committee brought forth a recommendation on what to do for these people. I'm glad to see y'all moving on what to do about 3230, but this is still an important item. And I want to encourage this council, look at the recommendations on what to do about the people getting these shocking bills that's told, no, your mayor's right, pay your bill, we'll put you on a payment plan. Do what's right for the people. Look at our recommendation, and we just ask y'all consider it, discuss it, take some kind of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, Mayor, we have Heather Baker. And she is speaking on behalf of an organization, so she does get 5 minutes. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks so much. My name's Heather Baker, 11608 Cross Spring Drive. And this is my friend Perry. His address is 2555 Cullen Boulevard. For those who don't know, that's the Pearland Police Department. We're here because we are so excited that the Pear Run is back for 2022. We've been gone for a few years. I'm not going to go into why. Everybody knows why. But 2022 is the return of the Pear Run, and it's the return of the Pear Run to Independence Park. So we had moved to Town Center for a little bit. We're now back at Independence Park. So wanted to let everybody know that we're coming back. The date, May 7th. I know there's something else going on that day too. But we're close enough to polling places that you can vote and you can run too. Since we're back after a few years, we're going to start off just with the 5K event. So if you missed the 10K, you can run the 5K twice. And so registration is open now. Pearland.com. We're super excited to be back and supporting our police department. All of the proceeds go to support the Pearland Citizen Police Academy Alumni Association and our support of the Pearland Police Department. So please come out and join us, run, sponsor, or just come out and cheer people on. So thank you very much. Oh, and there's a Facebook post that I tagged you all in that you can share for people who follow you as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Awesome. No.
Thank you, Heather. Next, Mayor, we have our final speaker for general comment, Dan Davis.
All right.
Mayor, City Council, City staff, thank you. My name is Dan Davis. No relation to Mr. Jimmy, but great last name. And I currently serve on Manville City Council. I was calling to see if this stormwater utility fee would help us fix the drainage issues in Manville as well. Not sure if that you guys could. No, I'm kidding. Laughing matter there. All right, man, it's a tough crowd tonight. But I wanted to just introduce myself. Many of you guys know me, but I am running for the position of Brazoria County Commissioner Precinct 2. And I look forward to the opportunity, if elected, to work with each and every one of you to make sure that the citizens of Pearland, that government's working for them, not against them. Everybody who lives in Pearland pays county tax dollars as well. Pearland provides 1/3 of the property tax revenue to the county and 1/3 of the sales tax revenue. We need to make sure that the city of Pearland is getting the services, the level of service, the proactive leadership that it deserves. My wife thinks I'm a little weird. I'll stay up late at night in bed watching the live stream of Pearland Council meetings or Alvin Council meetings, and you guys have had to make a lot of difficult decisions these past few years. And you guys have some decisions that you're going to make tonight and in the future as well. And I want to make sure, and my promise to you is that the county government, and as a commissioner for Precinct 2, that we'll come arm in arm, hand in hand with you in order to put the citizens first and to make sure that their issues and their needs are addressed. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. And I look forward to the opportunity to work with you and to work with all the great people in this room. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for visiting us. And Mayor, that concludes our general comments.
All right, awesome. And the Great Pear Run coming back, it is so good to see. You did? Are you speaking to a specific?
Connie? Okay, I had misinterpreted that you wanted to speak on a specific item. But you just, okay, then I misread what you wrote here, so please,
okay.
My apologies, Mayor. Ms. Connie Harry, please make your way to the podium. Remember, please state your name and address for the record, and we've got the timer right up there for your convenience. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Connie Harry. I live at 2504 South Venice Drive in Pearland. I am a board member and a representative of the interest of the Bella Vita HOA, a 55-plus aged community in Pearland with 618 homes and potentially 1,000 voters. Our concern with the proposed resolution 2021-121, which was adopted in June of 2021, is that you plan to charge an additional fee for each subdivision in the city of Pearland, which has private streets and sidewalks. Every homeowner in Bella Vita pays all of our city taxes, school taxes, and county taxes, just as every other homeowner in Pearland does. However, we do not receive any city services for maintenance of our streets, repairs, or sidewalks. These are maintained through the payments from our residents as part of their HOA assessments. Essentially, you are putting a premium on our streets separate from every other homeowner that has a street running in front of their home. None of our streets flooded during Hurricane Harvey, unlike those in Sleepy Hollow, Mary's Creek, some in Green Tea, and many other areas of Pearland. There is no equitable reason for the distinction of private streets and those public streets. Bella Vita has approximately 5 miles of streets, private streets, and the annual cost of this and other impervious coverage that you have defined in your resolution could cost Bella Vita approximately $23,000 to $24,000 a year. Out of this, our streets would be $20,000 of that cost. The only income that an HOA derives is passed through to our homeowners. So essentially, you are considering penalizing our homeowners by assessing a $5 residential fee, just like to every other resident in Pearland, as well as a pro rata share of the community coverage area. Bella Vita is a prominent voting residential area because of our age and our community involvement. Many of you here have visited Bella Vita, and we encourage you to do so at any time. We're a very welcoming, social, but also very active politically group. At this time, we would have no choice but to recommend to all of our residents that we would vote against this resolution if it's placed on the ballot as it's written. I've gone back through the city website, and the planning and the passage of this resolution occurred during the time that most of us were closed down for COVID. And so we really haven't even had time to address this with our residents.
Ms. Harry,
But
we're
I
going
can
to give
assure
you
you
two
this would
additional
be a
minutes.
very unhappy group of people. Thank you for your time.
I was going to say, we're going to give you 2 additional minutes. You're speaking on behalf of, are you concluded with your comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, had her comments been part of the agenda item later, when we talk about some of the other, I think there could be some response there. But first off, we thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for the good folks of Bella Vita coming to be heard as well. So with that, I think all other comments are tied to a specific agenda item. And so when we get to those agenda items, make sure you tap me, or I might forget one. And we will call on you at that particular time. So moving forward to the consent agenda, I have not seen or heard anyone that's removing an item. Not seeing any. Member Orlando, would you place consent agenda on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action of the consent agenda items A through E. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Little, Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Consent agenda items A through E pass 7-0.
7-0, we're all here. There we go. New business, moving to new business. New business item number 1. Member Carbone, could you place that on the table, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, Resolution R 2022-14. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a contract for award of chemicals that we use in our water, wastewater production and treatment. The reason that I want to highlight this is that with what we all experienced with inflation on certain commodities and materials, the provider was not able to give us a standard inflationary number, and so that is recognized in here. There were some items that exceeded what we would normally expect, but these are essential and recommend approval for your consideration tonight. Nothing to add.
All right, concludes the staff report. Any questions, comments, concerns from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little, Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando.
Aye.
Resolution R 2022-14 passes 7-0.
All right, moving forward, Mayor Pro Tem, would you place item 2 on the agenda, please?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, Resolution number R 2022-19. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second, and actually asking you to place it on the table, which you did. Thank you very much. It's on the agenda. End of the staff report.
Thanks, sir. This is a group of fleet purchases. It's a variety of additions and replacements that were in part of the budget. We'll note again, just a sign of the times, We're not expecting delivery of these for many months, but we do need to get the order in and get in the queue for that. So nothing extraordinary really about any individual items, and just recommend your consideration tonight. Thank you.
All right, moving forward, any questions, comments from council? Member Owens?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on this. Do we get warranties on those vehicles when we purchase them?
Yes, we'd get the factory warranties.
I was wondering, because going through the 94 pages that we had of the vehicles through there, I saw some that were new vehicles, and within a year we're spending $2,500 on items in there for maintenance. And so I was wondering if we, car or vehicle truck is only not even a year old, and we're already $2,500 into maintenance. And I was wondering if any of that should have been on warranty or what.
Some of those may be related to any accidents that may have happened on the job. Warranties are always taken a look at first. If they are not covered by warranties, then those will be then costs that will be in the maintenance side.
Yeah, and some of them, on the information that y'all put out on this, showing that the miles and the hours of on each vehicle through there, and noticing some are one that was on page 24 of 94, 2015, or actually it was a 2013 F-150, and in 2015 we had already spent $8,500 on it for maintenance, and that's why I'm asking about the warranties. I don't know if that was just if it's actually anything for warranty to take care of, or if it's just a case it was a bad truck. I mean, I don't know, but they it seems like a lot of money was spent within a short period of time after the, like on this one, and you can see on it that $8,500, and the vehicle was only 2 years old. I don't know if that was from a wreck or something on there, but that's a lot of money within that period of time. But after that, I mean, this is one of the replacements that you got on there, and then after that, spending that money for the balance of the years from 13, that the truck was F-150 and it was available 100% of the time, and so that's one of the ones that we're going to get rid of. I mean, I just bought a used one not too long ago. I think it was in July, and I bought a 2014, paid $28,000 for it, and it had 106,000 miles on it. And that vehicle, I mean, right now, even on the used ones, they're very expensive on there. So, but I was just wondering on something like that one, that $8,500 been spent, and since that time, it was available for 100% of the time to be utilized, and now we're going to get rid of it. And so, I think, we need to take a look at it on some of these, and whether we can get another year or 2 years out of these vehicles. And the reason I bought this one, because I looked back through there and trying to buy one. Actually, I was going to have to go up to East Texas to buy a used one. But all the Ford F-150s, they were getting anywhere from 100 up to, I think some of them were up to 180-some thousand miles on the vehicle, and still, getting a good price for them out there. So, but the main question was if we get warranty, because we spend a lot of money on these things, and it doesn't say that in here that if it was wreck or regular maintenance or what.
Councilman Owen, we will go ahead and get you that answer and report back to you.
What?
We'll report back to you on the answer for that, your question with regards to the 8,500.
Yeah, and I guess we put these online to sell, the ones that we're going to get rid of, or we send them out off of 59 over to big auction place, or what have you.
So in regards to the auctioning, that is handled through our purchasing department, and they are offered online through government auctions for vehicles. We handle that ourselves in-house with the purchasing department leading the charge on that.
Some of those that I've seen on there, and of course, y'all put pictures on there too, so that was a big help too. But they they should go for a pretty good price on some of them through there to get a return on it. And does that go back into the motor pool fund?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
I just have a quick observation. On your price list, you got the F-150s, F-250s together. You got the F-250s price at $38,000, which is the same as the F-150s. Is that correct? That's a heck of a deal for an F-250, $38,000.
Those, Councilman Little, those costs are all done through the buy board, and so those prices are all then honored through there. And in some instances, those prices are the same or different, but those are the prices guaranteed by the vendors.
I double checked to make sure those are correct because 250s and 150s, same price. Just seems highly unusual. And you've got an F-151 on there. I think that's a typo. I don't think Ford makes an F-151 unless they came out with one.
Those are all quoted, that we get those quotes from those. So that would be the price.
Silsby Ford? Sign me up for that F-250 then.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Oh, Member Camcar?
Can we pull open the memo very briefly? I had two brief questions. And then one of the pages that has the maintenance diagram or chart. Anyone will do. There you go. That's fine. For this vehicle, the classification on the right, for people who can't see that, we have percentage available for use. Is there a KPI that the city is kind of tracking or a goal number that we're shooting for in terms of difference between downtime and operational?
I'll need to check with the motor pool policy on that, but we do have metrics that are listed in there, from miles to maintenance to cost of repairs, cost of vehicle, across from there, and those are all, and that's how these are all ranked.
Can you just send that email after the fact would be fine. And then just so I'm getting the scope on this, this is 26 vehicles. Are some of these coming, like the water plant folks that we approved in the last go around, them getting a vehicle, and some of the other ones that we approved? Is this kind of a smorgasbord of those folks?
Is this, you're asking replacement versus new vehicles for new positions?
Well, just for like the newer ones. These are for those.
Yeah, I believe the breakdown's in the write-up. I'll have to, we can take a look real quick. You got it?
We have 7 new vehicles, and then the remaining balance are replacement.
Got it. And then this is for Miss Amy. We have the motor pool fund that we've kicked in dollars to. The costs that were coming out is almost, what is the percentage of general fund versus the motor pool fund on that?
What, can you repeat the question?
Is this all coming from the motor pool dollars?
Yes, this all comes from the motor pool.
Right. All right, that's great. Thank you so much.
Good deal. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Little. Member Camcar.
Aye.
Member Perez.
Aye.
Member Owens. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
He said aye.
Thank you. Member Orlando.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
That was actually not me, but I'll be an aye as well.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Resolution R 2022-19 passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Camcar. Number 3, please.
Let the fun begin.
There you go.
Resolution R 2021-CUP 21-00034. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report, and we do have a few people to speak to this item.
Mayor, this is first of several land use and zoning items, CUP consideration, so I'll hand it over to our community development staff for the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. So this was the conditional use permit for the liquor package store within the Shadow Creek Marketplace planned development. We saw this we had the public hearing for this at the previous council meeting where we discussed the general approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission on the use and had some feedback from council. And then there was a request to postpone the vote on this to bring it back for the full council discussion tonight. Also to have the applicant available as they had some health issues that kept them away. With that, we'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, as mentioned, we had our public hearing on this 2 weeks ago. Kind of customary for our city, if the applicant is not here or not available, we go ahead and have the public hearing, but then if we have specific questions of the applicant, we'd like them to be present in the event we do, and so that's the reason why it was postponed. And we do thank the applicants for being here tonight. With that, we do have several people to speak to the issue. So Mayor Pro Tem, if you would introduce them.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one person who's wishing to speak on this. The other two, John McClure and Stan Haddock, y'all are representing the applicant. Okay. So we'll first call up Thomas Stephen. If you could please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We'll put a timer up there, 3 minutes for you. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your patience.
While he's getting dialed up there, I think one of his colleagues has something for each one of us. That's why he's approaching the dais, so not to be alarmed. just making sure. Yeah, we'll. Yeah. Yeah. All right, there we go. Appreciate that. So if you want to, Thomas, if you want to move forward, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am Thomas Stephen, the Managing Partner, and my address is 11041 Shadow Creek Parkway, Suite 102, Pearland, Texas 77584. I am representing the Big Bottle Liquor Store, which is the proposed new liquor store which is coming in the same complex of our same shopping complex and same parking lot. Shadow Creek subdivision already having 4 liquor stores, including Costco, Twin Liquor, CP Liquor, and Big Bottle Liquor Store. Within 3 miles, already 6 liquor stores, including Total Wine. The City Council should protect the interest of existing business, also promote a friendly, healthy competition of the business. Otherwise, it will affect the financial stability of the existing business and families. I am requesting to consider all the above facts before taking to decision of the proposed liquor store. If the city will allow the liquor store in the same complex and parking lot, it will create a negative image and not good for a healthy, business-friendly Pearland. So it's a very, the same complex, we can see the liquor store in the same complex. So it's going to affect our business and all the business, small business, which is surrounded by in 3 miles. And so it is, and this liquor store, we are having almost 2,400 square feet liquor store, square foot area. And we have 2 managing partners and 6 employees. We are paying almost 8,500 as a rent per month and a salary also. 8 families depending on this one liquor store. So frankly speaking, it's going to affect our business very badly. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. Next, Mayor, we've got John McClure. If you'd like to make your way to the podium, and Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for hearing our CUP tonight. Sorry we couldn't make it last reading because of our friendly virus. John McClure Partners, 105 North Jackson, Wiley, Texas. And I don't really have a lot to say. I'm here to answer any questions and also have another owner's representative here with me, Stan Haddock.
Thank you. Mr. Haddock, did you have any comments? Or are you just here to answer questions as well? If you've got any comments, we ask you to go to the podium. Thank you. And please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure both of you had the opportunity to speak since we had an applicant presentation as part of the public hearing, and since you guys weren't here, I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Thank you. I am Stan Haddock. I live at 2405 Catherine Drive in Heath, Texas, and I'm an owner representative. I'm one of the guys that will buy the building. It is the Fuddruckers and the Lubies. If you have any questions, please let me have them, and I'll see if I can answer anything for you. And if there's any confusion, I'll be glad to clear it up.
Thank you. Mayor, that's all the requests we have to speak on this item.
Okay, good. Next, we'll just move to council questions, comments, concerns. Member Owens?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a little bit concerned about this. And, it came up last time, and I think I was the only one that voted against it. But my major concern is there's 6 package stores within a 3-mile radius of that area over there, and there's 6 of them there. And I went by there the other day, and Fuddruckers is closed down, but Luby's is still selling food and what have you over there. But the store where the Luby's is, it's about 300 feet from where these people, their package store is, and there's 3 families that is living out of that package store. And like I said, they paying roughly about $8,500 a month on there. And so, my concern is we talk about all the time of buying local and shopping local here in Pearland, and that all sounds good. But when another comes in and within a period, of time, and opens up another store, I mean, y'all got one on Pearland Parkway over there. If I lived on the west side of town, I'd be throwing a fit because, as it is, it's turning into a mecca for package stores over there. And my concern is I don't know why P&Z is not turning some of these things down. But, and then we have with the chamber pushing local, but yet and still they come in and support this to do that. And then they're pushing 3 families that are having this store over there now and been there for 5 years over there. So I've got a big concern of doing that. I don't know how many liquor store, package stores we need in Pearland in order for 125,000 people. And now I got word here not too long, well, it's been about 2 weeks ago, that Total Wine, they're on 518 here, but they're looking at coming over there in that same area. So welcome to the competition through there. But having said that, and I'm not one for pushing somebody that's local here and has had a business for 5 years. And like I say, there's 3 families that are living out of this that are all partners within this over there. And I went over there and talked to them here last week. But you're within 300 feet of this store. So my vote is going to be no. I'm going to vote for keeping Pearland local, shopping local, because that's what we say all the time. And I think that we got the chairman of the chamber sitting out there, and that's what we say all the time. And that's why I'm going to vote no on this. But I can't see how many we need within a 3-mile radius. We got 6 stores, 6 package stores within a 3-mile radius there in the hub. So I don't know if we need to have 1 package store for every 1,000 people in Pearland or not. But just so you're aware, my vote's going to be no.
All right. Any other questions?
Different location, it would be different.
Any
We
other
don't have
questions?
any package stores coming over here. One, we've had two, and one of them closed, sold the building
Just finished.
and
Trying to
everything,
get mine.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's always fun.
Member Perez?
Thank you. I think to be fair, Woody, I think you voted against their store when they came up for CUP too. So and you've been consistent. So
That's exactly right.
Look, I will tell you what. One, and I think there's at least two of us that were all on council when this referendum came through. And I think both of us had spoken specifically about, this is the type of store we would be looking for, higher quality store. That's what we want to attract. But again, the voters voted by a 7-3 margin that they wanted packaged liquor stores. It's not really our place to say no to them just arbitrarily, even though, Woody, you have your opinions and you're consistent, and I respect you for it. To the members who have the existing store, I own a business, and I'm a highly competitive business. I understand, and I can't say that I'm not sympathetic to your situation. I can only say that I don't feel it's appropriate for us to determine competition and who can or cannot be located near each other. There's a number of other businesses that aren't available or other uses that don't require a conditional use permit, and they could open up wherever and compete with whomever. We just don't really have the way to control that. In this situation, it's just I'm just going to vote on the merits of it, and the merits of it is I think the citizens told us they want liquor stores. This is definitely a higher quality liquor store than or the higher quality liquor store that we had said we would look for. No comment to your store. I'm sure it's very nice, though I've not visited. So I'm going to vote yes because I think it's what the citizens want us to vote for. In the end, if the citizens don't want it, then they don't shop it, and then it closes. So that's why I'm going to vote yes. But I really greatly respect y'all's your words and what you've said here, and I apologize that I can't be more. I can't give you more certainty than you have.
All right. Member Little?
Yeah, I've said it many times up here. I'm a free market guy. It's not our job to pick winners and losers up here. That's for the market to decide. If it weren't for this type of business being on the so-called evil list, we wouldn't even be here tonight. I'm also a small business owner. I've got a small law practice here in Pearland. Seems like every other month I drive down Broadway and a new attorney's opened up a practice there. That impacts my business, but because we're not on the CUP list, even though some people view us as evil, their competition or their applications don't come before council. So I'm going to be a yes on this, and I sympathize with you guys. Hopefully the employees can find jobs at specs.
I have a couple of questions really quickly. The specs that's in downtown Houston, like on Smith Street, the one that I think of like the larger.
That was the original store in 1962.
Yes, sir. What is the size footprint? Just to get some grasp of the scale. I actually shop there a little more than I do the local. But what's the size of that store, and what is the size?
That's in the 50,000 square foot range.
That's 50,000 in your store with the Luby's?
12.6.
12.6, so roughly 1/5, roughly. Okay. Fair enough. Then are you gonna, at that store, you offer like almost a whole little small grocery area? Are you offering anything of that nature here?
The specs, their specialty is fine wines. It's a package store, so certainly they're going to sell old vodka and bourbons and scotch, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of the deal with package stores, and beer. But Specs is, their specialty is fine wines. And it's even on the sign on the side of the building. And that's what they really promote, and that's what they really think about, and that's what they're really up to. So what we're going to, and the reason that I've been doing this a long time on behalf of Specs. They're a great client for me and an excellent tenant. And we don't go below 10,000 feet. And so to find an opportunity for 12.6 it gives us an opportunity, it gives them an opportunity to really have an excellent selection of fine wines. They're going to have plenty of vodkas and scotches and bourbons and all that and beers.
What about like
it's not grocery?
So no grocery, no fancy cheese or any of that stuff?
Oh, there may be some bar nuts and such as that, but that's not their that's
I think
not
it's
what
fine
we're
wine
going
and
for.
finer foods.
One more time, please.
Specs fine wine and finer foods.
They specialize in it's some of the stores. I'm from the Dallas area. There's one that is their main store, and it's over off of Walnut Hill and Central Expressway, and it's a 40,000-foot store. In that one, it's sandwiches and catering and all this other stuff because of the size of the store itself. But the floor spaces that are pretty much of a premium. So they're going to stock it with the alcohol, the various different spirits. But their main deal is going to be an excellent selection of really fine wine.
Let me ask one more follow-up. So you're 12,000, and I guess you're taking the Luby space. Is the other space going to eventually be expanded, or is there thought to that, or is it just going to be the Luby?
No, I'm taking both buildings.
Okay, and that's going to be the
12,600 and some change. Yeah, it's both buildings as a package. I didn't make the decision for Luby's, but they own Fuddruckers, and they're decided to close down a certain number of them.
Understood.
And we've been going around the state. This is their fourth one or fifth one? It's our fourth one.
I asked this for the other applicants. Are you guys members of the Chamber of Commerce in your other cities?
I'm sure we are.
I think that's important.
Once again, I build buildings.
Fair enough.
I own buildings. I'm a landlord. I don't operate liquor stores. That's what Specs does.
Absolutely. My last thing is I've heard the other person for the public comment, and I'm not unsympathetic, but I think there's a lot of business owners on this panel. One member here is a CPA, and we can't stop Grant Thornton from showing up. I just can't do that. Can't stop Joe's Burger Joint from competing with Mike's Burger Joint. As much as I would like that, Central Texas Barbecue might have a competitor, a fairly high-profile barbecue place in close proximity. I struggle with that. Somebody had to make the decision to invest the capital before there was anything else there, and we have to pay respect and homage to that. But I also can't say that this guy's money is bad and he's selling the same thing. And I really struggle with that. That's not, for me, governmentally, that's not my role. I really struggle with that. I don't know where I'm at. Most of the members and most of the public know I'm not Mr. Liquor Store guy, unless there's really, really extenuating circumstances. So I don't know where I am, but I just don't know that the city of Pearland gets to pick the winners and losers.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll try to be brief. I think we have enough liquor stores. That's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Carbone.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a couple councilmen. I mean, the other thought is Luby's is shutting down, so I'm glad to see that we've got a tenant lined up to go in and take that. If not, we'd have another vacant building sitting there, lost revenue, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse on this, I'm extremely sympathetic to the folks who have been there previously, but this is just one narrow circumstance that the council even is able to choose. Does a business get to come in? All the time, businesses just come in by right, as many examples have been provided up here, and the council gets to do nothing to say they're too close or anything like that. And so I think we have to evaluate it on its merits.
All right, good deal. Does that complete any comments, questions, concerns from council? Seeing none. Do what? Oh, yeah. I guess we'll add attorneys to CUPs from now on. How's that? No, I'm just as long as you're grandfathered. As long as you're grandfathered, I get it. Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote.
Member Camcar.
Nay.
Member Little.
Aye.
Member Perez.
Aye.
Member Owens.
No.
Member Orlando.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
No.
Motion
Task force.
carries 4-3. R 2021 CUP 21-00034.
All right. Thank you for that. Now we'll move to a couple of docketed public hearings in the midst of our agenda here. So we will call those into order. Public hearing number one, it requests the City of Pearland applicant for approval of proposed amendments to Unified Development Code ordinance number 2000T. I won't go into everything that's included there, but staff will look at staff report. I guess this is staff and applicant report together.
It's like this.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So we've had several discussions with the Planning and Zoning Commission over the past 2 months about the recommended changes to the Unified Development Code. We started off discussing vape shop, smoke shop, alternative financial services, and mini warehouse self-storage, taking those uses directly to the M2 zoning classification. That amendment was shown in the packet as the City Council initiated amendments C1. Throughout those conversations that were had in the month of December with the Planning and Zoning Commission, they had several discussion points and alternatives that got brought up that led to Exhibit C2. C2 shows alternative financial services being a conditional use permit in most of the zoning classifications, which would allow for office uses. Then they discussed having vape, smoke, tobacco, or head shops within just the general commercial district with regulations specific to use, and then the mini warehouse self-storage only within the M1 and M2 zoning districts. Along with their discussion, they also went into providing a definition for these services that basically describes currency exchanges, payday loans, refund anticipation loans, car title loans, those similar types of businesses. For the regulation specific to use, they had discussed limiting the ability of those types of uses that would have frontage on the corridor overlay district, and stating that if they were going to be on the corridor overlay district, that they had to be at least 300 feet from the property line. They also had hours of operation, and that no facility could be within about a quarter of a mile, 1,320 feet to another use. They also changed or amended the definition for cigar shop, and then discussed having a definition for vape, smoke, tobacco, or head shop that included a range of products for electronic cigarettes, vaping, hookah, or similar products of consumption, and included accessory uses such as hookah cafes, tobacco clubs, tobacco bars, vape lounges, or similar establishments. This definition also included an analysis for what specialization means, as that has come up before, and it limited either the total sales or floor space to be greater than 5% of that shop's either product or the amount of space that they dedicated for sales of that use. And then these, the vape, smoke, tobacco, or head shop also had a distance requirement away from schools, places of worship, or child daycare centers. It had the similar 300-foot distance away from the corridor, and then 300-foot distance away from residential subdivision entrances. And then it maintained the similar hours of operation and distance from other similar uses. Finally, talking about the mini warehouse and self-storage, They really concentrated on this use being appropriate for Highway 35. So they made an exception for allowing within corridor overlay districts that would prohibit normally in other corridor overlay district roadways, but carved out an exception as they felt Highway 35 was an appropriate location for mini warehouse self-storage to be developed within. They also maintained the 300-foot distance from residential subdivision entrances, and that the use have some climate-controlled areas with exception to outdoor storage of vehicles. Finally, there was an amendment brought in from the staff level on CBD regulations or CBD use that limited the use to the general commercial district, which also brought in regulations specific to use, and then made some amendments for studio or learning center for finer performing arts, as we had saw this use pop into either the light industrial or heavy industrial zoning districts, along with the Spectrum District, which is typically called the Lower Kirby District, and changing all of that to a conditional use permit within those districts to allow for the greater analysis and ensuring that they would actually be a good fit instead of just allowing them by carte blanche. Finally, for this slide, in our review of the Unified Development Code, we noticed a peculiar use, the quadruplex, and that it was allowed by right within the M2 zoning district. It is currently existing as a conditional use within Old Town mixed use, and then permitted within the townhouse and multifamily. This is where we would expect it to be, and to have it show up in the M2 was interesting. So we went ahead and fixed that, as we would normally not have permitted by right residential uses within a primarily industrial district. Additionally, we had heard some concern over previous conditional use permits for auto glass tinting facilities and auto upholstery facilities, as they were needed to acquire a conditional use permit. Throughout those conversations over the past years, we had heard that if they were an indoor use, that it may be a more acceptable automotive use as long as they remained doing all of their activities indoor. So we brought that forward for recommended approval. With that, we had this addition of CBD retail within the definitions, and then we brought forward these regulations specific to use. They're very similar to the regulations specific to use for that were previously discussed with the 1,000-foot from schools, places of worship, or daycare centers, the distance away from residential subdivisions, the distance away from the property line of a corridor overlay district zoned property, maintaining certain hours of operation, and also having that buffer distance from other like uses. So what is on, or what was within the packet was Planning and Zoning Commission's recommended action, which included exhibits C2 and C3. So that is what was included within business item number 4, which is Unified Development Code 2000T-36. So if there are any changes to that, please note that that will require amendments to what is proposed within this UDC amendment.
All right, so that completes staff, I guess, and applicants' presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then we'll move forward in our public hearing to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And go to the podium, name and address for the record, and 3 minutes to speak. Well, we have a gentleman that signed up to new business item number 4. He can either speak now, it's Mr. Mohammed Hussein, or he can speak. We'll call him on the new business item, either way. So, second attempt for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed amendment. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed amendment. All right, moving forward in our agenda to City Council questions, comments, and concerns. I'll start with Member Orlando.
I appreciate that. And yeah, no, this is a little unusual in terms of the applicant because it's kind of was initiated by the council. And so this is something that was brought forward by Member Owens and I. There's a lot going on in that presentation, but I guess I just want to kind of step back and kind of unpack some of it. I actually shared a memo earlier today to kind of try to bring together a lot of what was discussed. If we could pull that up, please. But I guess as we're pulling that up, I'll just start by saying, this addresses the changes that we talked about last November that to address the proliferation of certain types of businesses and in certain areas that are widely demonstrated to have negative impacts on the population. And when we did consider this in November, of the 6 members that were present, we had 5 that supported the content of the proposal rather fully. And so we shared this with P&Z, and I think they came up with a lot of good recommendations. And so this memo that I provided and was shared out to the council earlier today seeks to kind of bring those together. So I guess my first request, and this is where it's kind of good that we have 2 readings, I think that those are thoughtful proposals on the distance requirement set out by the Planning and Zoning Committee. I think it's difficult for us to assess what the impact of those would be without seeing a map from GIS that would show, 300 feet from residential, 500 feet from a daycare or school. What does that end up looking like? And if we could see a map that would show where would that restrict and where would that allow these type of businesses to continue, I think that would be really useful for consideration upon second reading, and we could go forward with that if desired by the council. But my proposal that I shared in this memo would be to maintain the restriction to M2 that 5 of the 6 members agreed to at the last time this was brought up, and to also apply the conditions that were set out by the Planning and Zoning Committee. So for instance, the climate-controlled the climate-controlled component of the self-storage, and I include those here. So including all of those except for the number of feet requirement in between businesses. And so that is my attempt to kind of bring those together. I think, like I said, this is going to come back before us for a second meeting. I think there will probably be some changes, just given the sheer number of requests that are being made in this document that we're going to have to get around. And I guess there's one other thing I wanted to share. If we could go down to the regulations regarding the tobacco and vape shops. So I'm sorry, if we could just go back up, I think it was that section. Yeah, and so I think there's kind of 2 things that we want to do around vape and tobacco shops. So the first, it's doing what was established by the Planning and Zoning Committee. You'll see that in this document, we struck through the 5% of total sales and floor space requirement. After consulting with legal, I think we really want to do 2 things, and I think we would want to leave in this 5% requirement. So there's 2 things, and it's that you have some businesses that predominantly sell vape shops or predominantly sell vapes or other paraphernalia for tobacco, for other drugs, and we want to restrict those. And I think there's a broad consensus in Pearland. We want to restrict those to places that are further away from residential, that are further away from kids. And so it would be my intention to restrict those to M2. Separately, there are other businesses like a convenience store or gas station or just general kind of neighborhood services places that might sell, like have a rack up there that has vapes. And I don't think it would be the intention that we want to restrict every single one of those businesses to M2. But because of recent events that we've seen where businesses can say, oh, we're not a vape store. Oh, none of our floor space is dedicated to vapes. But when you ask, they'll gladly get you one from the back of the store. I think it's in the interest, if we actually want to control this type of use, it would be the case that if you're going to sell vapes in your store, you need to come forward for a conditional use permit. And that's not going to affect a ton of businesses. I think the biggest category of businesses it would affect is gas stations, which already require CUP. And of course, this only applies to new places. But that's kind of where I think in our discussions with legal, we ended up on the vape and tobacco shop. So there's really two rules. There's, if you are a vape shop or predominantly a tobacco, nicotine, hookah shop, you're restricted to M2. And if you just sell that as literally an ancillary product, you would still need to come forward to ensure compliance. That's been unfortunately very difficult to obtain with some of these businesses, but you would not be required to locate in an M2. You could be in the other, GC, GB. And so I guess just to sum all of this up, because I know that was still a lot, we would do exactly what was discussed at the meeting that gathered 5 votes last time. We would restrict these uses to M2, along with applying the thoughtful conditions that were suggested by the Planning and Zoning Committee. And then we would make the changes, as I discussed, to have a kind of a 2-tiered system for vape products. One, if you specialize in vape products, and one, if you merely sell any vape products. And then further, I included in my proposal the kind of cleanup changes that were requested by staff around quadruplexes, around items of that nature, kind of taking some of the auto usage out of CUP that doesn't require it. And so that's where we stand, kind of a hybrid approach that reflects the hard work done by P&Z, but preserves the original intention of the council.
Very good. And thank you for bringing this forward. That's a good explanation. I think a good way to, trying to bridge some of this together. Because I certainly want to make sure that we are, listening to the citizens we set aside on the Planning and Zoning Commission in these types of efforts. And I think that's a good bridge between the two. Any other questions, comments from council?
I think this is an important process. We're struggling as a city with new uses. STRs is one of them. They don't fit in residential, clearly. They don't fit in business, clearly. Vape wasn't on the radar 15 or 20 years ago, but here we are now. It's not cigars. It's not exactly tobacco. It doesn't fit cleanly. And what has already come before us, and I had a lot of agita about, was the 24-hour vape guy. It was 365, Christmas, Thanksgiving, every major holiday, any time of the night. And that guy would not have had to go through the process and as stringent. And I think a city has to decide what it wants to be and look like and feel like. Just like we probably don't want a gun shop on every store. I probably don't want a vape shop on every store. I know there's the Rick and Morty's guy who's been not even following his applications, not being consistent, and didn't even have the gall to show up when he was caught. And so I'm not crazy about regulation. This doesn't make me feel good. But at the end of the day, where the business world is evolving and different things are coming up, and we have to evolve with it. I think we just need to be as streamlined as we can. I think Member Orlando has done his best. I think the consideration from the P&Z is important, and I think they're thoughtful about this. I just want to be very straightforward in terms of what is moving to where, and just having that be very clear. I think some of the other items are important, but just clarity of that is what I'm looking for, and I think is important to convey to the public. And we're not saying no to everything.
Right.
We're just saying you need to be in this bucket in this location.
For sure. And to be clear, I don't know if I ended with that in my explanation, but I think that as of today, we would move forward with the M2, but with that GIS mapping coming back to us for the next meeting to then make a kind of a final decision on what would be most appropriate with that in mind.
Questions, comments? Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, I think I was one of the 5 of the 6 you referred to, and I mean, my intent was
you were the one.
Oh,
the one.
Okay, sweet.
But
Be
we're a big
consistent.
tent. We're a big tent, and we're welcoming.
Yep.
Big tent and welcoming.
Yeah, I think P&Z had a good discussion, and I like what they came out with. I guess I'm a bit I see the point on vape and head shops and all that. 100% agree on the self-storage. We've seen it work in a few places. There was that odd parcel on Kirby that kind of worked out. So I guess I don't know, are many warehouses and self-storage as evil as a head shop? I question that, and I would rather lean towards the side of leaving it as a conditional use permit so that we can have that discussion and council can make that decision. That's all my comments, Mayor.
Mayor, if I could, Member Perez, just to follow up real quickly on that comment as for my own edification, since Chief Spires is here, I know there was a recent break-in that I was told was a subsequent break-in at a self-storage here in town. Are self-storage facilities typically something where there's higher crime?
It depends on their security. A lot of them have the cameras, and they're going to, get broke into less than the ones that don't invest in that kind of security.
Okay, but generally as an industry, you're not seeing a...
It's not something that's overwhelming, no.
Okay, I was just curious. I appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's all right.
Member Perez?
I would probably just echo exactly what Member Carbone said. I'm not one to really dictate the market, and it does cause me a little bit of hesitancy. I'm not a purveyor of vape shops any more than I'm a purveyor of liquor stores, but it is a legal activity, and is it incumbent upon us to ostensibly chill the ability for us to have them here by zoning them so restrictive that they would never be able to open. I, as an individual, I would say, I don't know if I want to make that call, but I will also defer to what planning and zoning has come up with, and we put them in that position to make those decisions on our behalf or make those recommendations on our behalf. But I'm with Member Carbone with the self-storage. I think they are kind of a boogeyman, but I don't think they're the crime generator that people lay them out to be. They are a necessary component of suburban life. We just only have so much room in our homes, and the less convenient they are, the more likely it is that people aren't going to be able to use them, which causes us bigger problems. So I think the CUPs are appropriate. I think the facility on Kirby is a great example. The public storage that's dead center in the middle of town, I think that was a bit controversial when that came up. That's like we've had any issues there, other than the fact that it's big and orange, right down on 518. But I think I would agree with Member Carbone. Let's just leave those with the conditional use permits, but the other recommendations I can feel comfortable with.
Any other questions, comments? Member Owens?
I signed on with Luke on this, and he's put a lot of effort in there getting this information together and pulling it back up. And I think, you did the same thing on the budget stuff, but you're able to come in and pull this information together and take a look at it and see what we can add to it to make it a little bit better than what it is. I mean, a lot of these things, you can go on Pearland Parkway at Shell there, and you can get, the juice there, whatever you call it, and the e-cigarettes and the cigars and stuff, and go next door to the Exxon station, you get the same thing, then go down about 50 feet, and there's a vapor shop down there that you can go down there. So, again, I guess I don't do it, don't care to do it. So, but, some people do on there, but I think, I appreciate the time and effort that you put in here, Luke, to get this, and I think that's something that should be added to it.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I have a couple of questions. Mr. McDonald, you or Martin, either one. So if I understand, like specifically a vape shop or a smoke shop, tobacco shop, we're going to limit these to an M2. do we allow like a retail strip center in a M2? In other words, somebody wanted to go and build a strip center or a shop for this. Would we even allow a retail center in one?
General retail is not allowed in the M2, so it would typically be either as part of a pre-existing structure, maybe before it was zoned M2, or they would have to build a separate building, which obviously, I mean, what we see for shops that primarily sell or a big part of their package is the M2. I mean, excuse me, it's the vaping is reuse of spaces in older sites that maybe haven't done as well, have cheaper rents. So that's what they're looking for. So building of a new building, obviously, I don't see typically we're going to see that. And so there's not a whole lot, I don't believe, especially the M2. Down the M2, you realize, as we talked from our last discussion, is very limited down really around Pearland High School is where all of our M2 is. And so that's, we're down to probably, with the rezoning, the rezoning that we discussed last week, of about, I believe, 400 acres or so left of M2 as a total for the city. But so yeah, there's not a whole lot of there's buildings down there that a vape shop would go into.
Okay, so assuming, and again, a lot of this is vacant land and brand new office, warehouse, office, or industrial type warehouse, being built would certainly, cost more than something that's older today. But so a vape shop would then have to locate probably in an old warehouse type spot if they were to locate in one of these zones.
Yeah, if they were going to try to do something in an M2, would be finding a pre-existing older industrial office warehouse sort of thing, one of those smaller ones where you have the little tenant spaces where somebody runs their, say, air conditioning or electrical business out of. That would be the most probably workable situation in this area.
Okay. Most of those are going to be isolated away from a lot of foot traffic and a lot of traffic up and down the roads. My concern is, are we setting up a head shop located on the backside of an industrial area where nobody sees what's going on, and Lord knows what could happen if nobody is watching. So I'm only concerned and want to bring that up. And then, because none of this applies to me, I don't go looking for head shops or vape shops or anything like that. So it doesn't affect me personally, but it can affect our community. And the next question on that is really to the city attorney. I want to make sure we don't have any unintended consequences. I get where we're trying to go here, but I also don't want an unintended consequence. And in your estimation on that particular item, are we approaching or teetering on being arbitrary and capricious with the way we're doing this?
That's
loaded.
It's not an easy question to answer. So the best way I can approach that is just to simply say, and I've had discussions with numerous council members over years, and even more recently, even with Councilmember Orlando on this. So when we are zoning property, the standard that the courts are going to look at is at any decision the council makes anytime you zone property or make a text amendment that can impact the zoning of property is whether or not it is arbitrary and capricious, and what is ultimately what's factored into that. And there has to be some governmental interest that is tied and linked to it. In other words, there's got to be here's the regulation, but what's the nexus that pulls those two together? And so I think when you're talking about things like whether it be a vape shop or tobacco regulation, things of that nature, I think it's fairly easy to get to a nexus with a governmental regulation between the public health, public safety issues that could be implicated with any type of regulation here. So whether or not somebody ever saw fit to try to challenge something as arbitrary and capricious, that remains to be seen.
Sure.
Can't look into that crystal ball and figure that out. But that's the standard that's going to be used. And so anytime you start getting to, you're shrinking a footprint, I mean, you just have to be careful, like you said, on how you get there, how you're threading that needle and trying to balance the interest involved.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question in public because again, I don't think anybody's probably waiting outside the door to go, okay, well, I'm going to file a lawsuit, and do this. But we might find ourselves 5 years down the road, all of a sudden somebody goes, well, this was arbitrary, and all of a sudden we open ourselves up for legal. I wanted to make sure that we at least had that discussion in the public that we didn't do this in an arbitrary way. There's a fashion, there is an actual governmental interest in doing so, and move it forward. So I just wanted to make sure we had those on the record so we could have that as a part of it. I think it will be interesting to see the map.
Sure.
Coming out. It would also be interesting to see the map if you applied some of those and you didn't allow them just in M2.
Right.
It's going to be interesting to see really how limited it would be. So, but anyway, good discussion. I think this is a good. Ultimately, I think it's good for the community. I don't hear many people clamoring for more head shops at all. So I don't think it will. From the community standard side of things, I think people will welcome this. I just want to make sure we stay out of court in the process of doing so. So with that, we're going to end this public hearing and move to new business item number 4. Mr. Little, would you place that on the table, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Consideration of possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000T-36. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
If I may offer up
That's where I was coming next.
Awesome.
All right.
And so I'll defer to Darren and Lawrence here, but I would like to make an amendment to substitute the language that was provided in the memo I shared today with the exception, as we discussed earlier, of what was stricken through relating to vape shops, thus creating, thus retaining the 5% requirement, but also requiring that all tobacco, vape, nicotine usages require a CUP.
And did you also want a distinction, because we're currently, and maybe that's what you were just referring to, but let me find that here just to get the right spot here. Do you want a distinction in the definitions between the, I apologize.
Between the sales of the nicotine
and the specialization.
And the
Correct.
specialization or shops.
That's
So
right.
We would have
There it
a
is.
few different definitions, if
That's
I
right.
understood you correctly. And then we
That's
would
absolutely
apply
right. Right. You can
different
sell a
regulations.
few vapes and you would require CUP, but you're not the same definition as someone that specializes in selling vape or tobacco products.
And so just to clarify, so right now the two exhibits are the C2 and C3 that were referred to earlier. Those are the exhibits that came out of the P&Z recommendation. And so that would have to be, correct me if I'm wrong, Martin, that would have to be changed by using exhibit C1 or add C1.
No, sir. I'm sorry. I know you asked Martin, but instead it's going to be in the memorandum submitted by Member Orlando earlier today to City Staff and Council with his proposed amendments that incorporate the P&Z recommendations. But
Just to go that way? Okay.
So wait, so that's an amendment. That's
Right.
It's going to be a long-winded amendment, and I get it.
Right. And I try to consolidate a little
Yeah.
bit by putting it together.
So let's
but-
just clarify it for the record now. So
thank you.
did you want to restate?
Sure. So the amendment is to substitute item for the memorandum that I provided earlier today with the exception of the line that was stricken relating to the specialization of tobacco and vaping
The
products.
5% language.
That's right.
We have that memo to pull up, so we can all look at it.
Yes.
Since it's not in the packet.
It's a motion to amend.
Yes. So I'll second. by the way.
We have a motion and a second to amend the regular motion.
That's correct. And if you could expand the screen there to,
And if anyone is unclear on that one change, I think Darren.
number 590 there, I think that we're talking about, excuse me, kind of itch my throat. Yeah, you did. So in 590 here, the language that's been highlighted in yellow would be reinstated.
That's right.
So instead of striking, it would
It'd be unstricken.
Got it.
And staff would come back with second reading. We would have another definition distinguishing between the specialization that would be in this language and one that would be one that's more of an incidental use.
That's right.
So we have a motion and a second on that. Any questions or comments on the motion to amend? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we will vote on the motion to amend first.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to amend.
Okay, so now we have an amended motion on the table. I did call his name during the public hearing side of things, but I didn't hear it. Is Mr. Mohammed Hussein available?
I believe he's left.
Maybe he left. So, okay. Just wanted to make sure we gave him the opportunity to speak, and he must have left. All right. So we're back on. We now have an amended motion on the table.
I'd like to offer another amendment in line with Member Carbone and my comments that we have many warehouses and self-storage still allowed by conditional use permit in the OTGB zone, the GB zone, the GC zone, and the M1 zone.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that? Did staff get that amendment to the motion? Amendment to the amended motion? Okay.
So just to be clear, it'd be essentially just taking out, like, of the three uses discussed in the initial proposal, it'd be taking out one of those and allowing self-storage as it remains right now, would be the intent.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
What was that, Member Little? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the way there would not be one allowed without a conditional use permit. We'd just be allowing them in the zones that they're currently allowed, but still require a conditional use permit.
I'll oppose that, but appreciate that perspective and the vote on that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, now we're going to, Madam Secretary, we're going to vote on the second amendment, amending the amended motion.
Okay. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
No.
So that.
Member Little? Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, so we have an amended motion now on the table that includes the two amendments. One passed 7-0, the other one passed 5-2. So we have an amended motion on the table. Any other questions, comments from council? We actually kept that straight. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Motion carries 7-0 as amended.
All right, good work, guys. And Member Orlando will have that map back for the second reading, correct? Does staff have that? Darren, do we know who's going to do that in GIS?
We'll have it for you, sir.
Okay, got it. All right, good deal. Moving forward, public hearing number 2. It's a public hearing. It's a request by Lumen Mills, applicant on behalf of KDTC Investments LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit, CUP, for massage establishment within the general business GB district to accommodate a full-body massage establishment within the existing building on the subject property on approximately 0.4784 acres of land located at 3526 Broadway Street. With that, we'll move to the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. We will have our staff presentation by our senior planner, Mohammed Brema. Mohammed, take it Take it away.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Mayor. So this conditional use permit is for approval of a massage establishment use within the general business district, accommodate a full body massage establishment within the within existing building on approximately half an acre of land located at 3526 Broadway Street. This property received approval for a CUP for a foot massage in 2019. Staff did not receive any public comments on this request. This is the zoning map, and it shows the property zoned as general business, GB. And the future land use designation for this property is retail, offices, and services. The next slide is survey of the property, which shows the property being developed as a retail building that was about 4,500 square foot retail building, building 1965. This is a floor plan presented by the applicant for how they intend to use the space. And the next slide, these are views of the existing building, with the massage establishment being the one in the middle of the building, right in the halfway in the middle. The Planning Zoning Commission had a public hearing on this request at their January 4th regular meeting, and all four members of the commission that were present at the meeting stated that they would not approve this request due to the number of violations that were reported on the property. A full list of the violations that were reported are included in the staff report. And per section 2532 B7 of the UDC of the Unified Development Code, the city may revoke a conditional use permit for violations of the regulations specific to a use such as the massage establishment. Staff will bring back a resolution for revocation of at the regular meeting if the city council deems this violation enough to revoke the CUP. So as I stated before, there was a CUP that was granted for a foot massage in 2019. That's what the applicant actually was trying to use, but then there were some violations, and now they are trying to do full body massage at this facility. And that concludes the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present?
I believe yes.
Is the applicant present for a presentation? Do you have a presentation for council, or are you just here to answer questions? Mr. Orlando, did you hear her? I couldn't hear her. Okay, all right, good deal. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear you. So if we have questions for you, I guess we will ask you to the podium at that time. So we're looking
just to clarify, Mayor, the applicant has some language barrier from the meeting, and I think she had an interpreter in the last meeting, but I'm not sure if they have their interpreter at this point.
Yeah. Is there anyone on staff that could help with the language barrier if she has a presentation?
Says she speak.
I believe it's Mandarin that she speaks.
Mandarin? Okay.
Don't know that one.
Yeah, we're going to have a tough time with that. So, ma'am, do you have a presentation to the city that you can make? Okay, real quick, I'm going to need you to go to the podium so you can speak into the mic. Please give me your name and address for the record. Martin, you might assist her there for just a second. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And Martin, if possible, if you can hear her better and be able to say what she's saying, that might help with the room. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Lumi Mills. I opened the shop at 3526 Broadway Street, Pearland, Texas 77581. I want to open the shop is from foot massage to body massage. Before the officer tell me clean the window, I immediately I clean ready. No anything the window. The electric is changed ready.
So Martin, she's saying that the change.
So she was giving her address,
Okay.
Reading off of her business card, and then I believe she was describing that she had a fire marshal inspection, and she's got pictures that she's showing where she's removed some of those issues.
Tell me the move. I'm ready. Here is everything. I'm ready.
Right.
I never wait.
So our development inspector also performed an inspection at the same time and noticed some of the violations, and she has pictures showing that she's removed those violations along the window, which is what she is showing.
It's very clean.
Okay. So does that complete her presentation? And we can certainly ask questions when we get to that point in our public hearing.
Is there anything else
Okay, I can answer. Okay.
they'll ask you questions? So just stay around here.
Okay. Hang on one second. I think we have somebody that may help her.
Oh, 你会说汉语？越南语。谢谢啊。行，可以，谢谢。都没问题，不，以前before picture in here, but tell me the officer tell me move. I move the night time. Is the same days that time I move ready. Here is no anything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same day, the night time I move.
Okay. And are you able to help with that? And if you would, just for the record, give your name and address for the record. That way we can tie the comments together, and especially if you can help us understand.
So I told her, first off, Tiffany Ferdosi, it's 2203 Cloudburst Lane, Pearland, Texas, 77584. I told her just recently, I am Vietnamese, so I actually only speak a little bit of Mandarin, so I don't understand a lot of it, but I'm going to try my best.
Okay.
It's in a few years.
That's a lot more than we do. Thank you.
But right here, she's just pointing out in the picture that she was approached by the fire marshal to open the window in the evening. And so she took pictures of it to show that she had complied with that request.
Okay.
Clean the picture before have picture. No, before have picture. No picture.
So the windows are open in the evening.
Okay. So she is showing, attempting to show compliance with both fire marshal as well as building inspectors and those types of things. Okay. And does she have any additional comments or presentation on the request to add full body massage to the establishment, which is what the public hearing initially is about?
The massage.
Yeah, I massage is let me
foot massage. I always foot massage. I only open is 1 week. Always close. Tell me move the bed, go home. My husband is sick, very sick. Nobody move the bed. I say I close. I always close.
So she went ahead and closed
A
the
lot
full
of-
body massage.
yeah,
She's
long
not
time.
able to bring anybody to remove the bed at this time because her husband is very sick and he is not physically able to move the bed for her. But
Yeah.
the operation of the full body massage has already been.
So,
I
so-
no open. I stay home. I no open. I no work here.
okay, so I want to make sure I say that back to you. So she is no longer going to seek the full body massage CUP. Is that correct?
I don't believe that is correct.
What I'm hearing is she is removing that
So
from consideration.
if I could take a moment to explain, and maybe it'll help clarify. The current conditional use permit is only for foot only. It's one of the few that is very limited to just that area of the body. During the fire marshal and development inspectors' inspection of the building, they noticed that full body massage was being done, which is a violation of the condition of approval. So in order to cure that condition of approval, she made the application to go from foot only to full body. What I believe she's stating is that she has shut down the full body portion of her business and is not conducting full body at this time, but is seeking full body still in order to cure the violation.
Okay. When I heard the trying to remove the bed or whatever out, that's when
And I think what she's discussing is that she can't remove it right now, but if it is, if she is shut down for full body, then she would need help or need some time to remove that
I got you.
apparatus.
Okay, I got you. Does that encapsulate what?
Yes. So clarification, she does still want to operate with that. It's just the limitations of being able to.
Okay, perfect. First off, thank you for your help. That greatly helped. If we have any questions or comments, she might want to stay right there. If we have any questions or comments when we get to that portion of the public hearing. But I'm going to move on to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. You can go to the podium and you have name and address and 3 minutes. Second request for those who might want to speak in favor or against this proposed request. We do have Mr. King signed up to speak to the new business item, so I think he's going to go to the podium now. Correct. Ma'am. Mr. King's going to speak, so if you'll allow him to access the podium. All right. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Ralph King, 2805 South Galveston, 77511. No, 581. I was here for a future agenda item, and I noticed this and signed up for it. As you can tell from my address, this is around the corner from my house. And given the violations that have been occurring, I'm just giving you some encouragement from the citizen feedback to deny the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. So we're up for third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. All right, seeing none, we will move to questions, comments, concerns from council. Little?
Yeah, I see from the information provided on here that Twinkle Star was the original applicant for the CUP that was granted. At what point did she take over the business? I see Twinkle Star is no longer there.
I don't have a good translation for this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if I may, if I could just get up maybe a point of clarification from the city attorney. I'm very eager to discuss this matter, but it seems, and I'm very grateful for Ms. Ferdowsi's efforts at translating. That's extremely helpful. I just wondered, there's some very serious allegations and violations of some of the statutes that relate to our sexual trafficking prevention measures. And so I think that those deserve a full and fair adjudication. So I wonder what the opinion is of council of the best way to proceed with this. If we, to really flesh that out, might need to have a translator present.
Correct. Yes, I was just communicating with our assistant or deputy city attorney as well on the very same issue. And given the nature of what we're talking about, somebody's ability to conduct business in the city, it may be best. Obviously, we were not aware of that before this evening occurred. And so maybe moving forward, we could go ahead and conduct a public hearing in the future where we do have a translator present so that we can make sure that due process occurs, that the person can be heard and understand, we can all understand all the facts of the case.
Right.
And especially that. And then obviously the same would be said if there were any actions. This is obviously about expanding a current CUP. If we were to even consider other options relative to the existing CUP beyond that, we clearly, I think, would need to have a translator present.
Yeah, I was, that's my concern is just, I mean, we have on here not only the expansion into full body, but, you know, a potential revocation of a permit, you know, being potentially prepared. I want to make sure that we as a city, you know, are affording, you know, whatever is necessary for translation services. So we, not only an applicant understands, but then we can hear from them. Clearly, this body as a whole, we don't speak Mandarin. And so having that opportunity to hear, which is why I am so glad at least someone was here so we could have some dialogue and understand. And I want to give her the full opportunity to have her case.
Sure.
I make a motion we table this item until such time as the applicant can bring back a translator.
Would be postponed. But can I also say, looking on this, when I looked up,
Well, do I have a second on the postponement?
if we postpone, there's no discussion.
Well, I mean,
I had a real quick question just for staff as clarification. When I looked up the entity, I didn't see our representative here anywhere on any of the documents. So can we also make an effort to try to reach out to at least one or several of the managers or members that are represented on the state filings to try to get them, because I don't see her name anywhere, but she's listed as the owner, but on the application, or rather she says she's the owner, but on the application it says she's acting on behalf of this entity, which when you look up the entity, there's no relationship there. So I would like to also try to reach out to them. Thank you, Mayor.
And so with that, I know we postponed it, but we're close on finishing a public hearing. Maybe we finish this public hearing so we don't, I don't know how, Darren, we would go in a public hearing postponing this. We got to re-advertise.
Yes, and I believe that we would go ahead and schedule a new public hearing for the future.
Yes, I mean, I think obviously with the way today has played out, if we ran the ads though, it would be at least probably the meeting after next. If we went with all the deadlines, can we do a continuation of this meeting? And therefore, anybody who's here who wanted to speak knows of the postponement?
Just going to ask Lawrence, have we postponed public hearings before in the past that you're aware of?
We've not continued them, we've postponed them. So as long as the postponement happens, I think we concluded the public hearing and we had a motion and a second to postpone.
Yeah, and
for the new
that's what
business
I was
item.
trying to get to is can we get through maybe potential questions, comments on the public hearing side of things? And if there are a set of questions and concerns, we can capture those. And then we postpone the actual new business item until we have a good interpretation here and we don't have to re-advertise the public hearing, if I understand it correctly.
Could I just add one point there? Just a friendly comment. My comment is only that I kind of want to, the concerns I have, I kind of want to ask somebody directly rather than provide them and give like a 2-week take-home assignment to figure out some answers for them.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
that's my
That's
only
fair.
concern with that.
Oh, that's fair. I think that this is just a difficult situation. I am being told by our communication staff that we do have people on staff at the city that could provide these, but they would need to be here.
And Mayor, we do have, I mean, if you wish to redo the entire public hearing, we can. Because there's an extra Monday in January, we would have time to repost and rerun.
Okay.
Or because we did run the ads, anybody who did want to speak had the opportunity to come tonight and still offer comment or question. As you stated earlier, continue and close out the public hearing, and just as we did with specs earlier, bring consideration back at the next.
Yeah, and I guess that, I mean, a CUP is one reading anyway. So if we did put a reading back on the next agenda, we would then put the public hearing on there as well and could have the whole public hearing done. I was just concerned of having to do both. But I think we could do that. I just don't know that we've ever postponed a public hearing. So.
Yeah, I don't recall that we've actually postponed a public hearing. So, and then just resumed it.
And I guess my question is, on the postponement, it's not an action item in a public hearing. So how can we vote on postponement if there's not an action item?
Well, that would be postponing a public hearing to a future date. It'd really be more taking action to say we're going to do this public hearing at a future date. Otherwise, you would finish the public hearing and be done. And then, like you said, you would just postpone the new business item to a future agenda.
Okay.
And if you want to put that on there as a public hearing again, we can do that, but it would have to be published. And the idea of postponing public hearings and sort of continuing them is the one discouragement behind that is that, yes, everybody that's here tonight was here tonight, but there may have been a person who's out of town who couldn't be here tonight. But yet they would have attended if they had known that there was going to be another public hearing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure from Robert's rules that since it's not an action item on a public hearing that we can actually vote on that. But we can. We're postponing to a future date.
Just simply say yes. We'll postpone and then go through the public hearing process again. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I'm okay with that, especially since they would be on the same agenda and it's only a one-time reading. A CUP is only a one-time reading.
Yeah, that would be my preference. That way we have the full public hearing with the answers being able to come back to all those who are interested.
And it would not go back through P&Z, or it would. Did we have these issues with P&Z?
No, because your P&Z's already reviewed the item.
Just clarifying.
There was a translator at the P&Z public hearing. The applicant brought a translator with them. And I think the assumption was that she was doing that for tonight's hearing, and that's why staff did not bring a separate one.
I got you. Okay. So with that, I guess we'll take a vote to postpone to a future date. Is that correct? Okay. And Martin, is she clear on what we're doing?
So what I would...
what we would be doing is postponing this public hearing. We would do the public hearing yet again and a vote, probably our first meeting in February. Correct. John, if I understood the timeline? Okay.
At the first meeting.
Even if we postpone the action item, it would be that same meeting for that. So we would put them both together on that first meeting in February.
Yes, if that is the action that happens.
I just want to make sure she has due process with the entire public hearing, and she can understand us and we can understand her clearly in all of this.
What I was getting to was I've got Google Translate working.
Right.
Mayor, I would actually recommend, since we've concluded this public hearing essentially, go to the next item, open it up, and then make a motion to postpone that. But in the context of that motion, say let's redo the public hearing process and that at the next meeting.
Okay, so we will conclude this public hearing number 2. Mr. Perez, would you put new business item number 5 on the table with the instructions of the city attorney?
Certainly, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2021-CUP 21-00037. So moved.
Second.
Mayor, I move to postpone this item to the next, postpone this item. Would it be best to postpone to the next regular meeting, or?
Yes, which would be February the 14th.
Okay, so I'll move to postpone this to the next regular meeting, Mayor,
Including a new public hearing.
including a new public hearing, Mayor.
We have a motion, and a second. That postponement's not debatable, so Madam Secretary will call for a vote on the postponement.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Little.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to postpone to February 14th, including public hearing.
All right, thank you for that. Apologies to our public for and allowing us to get through that. Certainly want people who come, who have business in front of our city, to be able to communicate effectively with us. Everybody should have their day, and we want to make sure that we have that and do that appropriately. So thank you for that. Moving forward, Mr. Perez, go ahead and put number 6 on the table, if you would, please.
Certainly, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2022-22. So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a ministerial requirement of the council to actually call for the elections upcoming in May for the 3 council seats. We've been working steadily to try to get these coordinated with the 3 different counties in which Pearland exists, and I believe we're in a good place there. But once you adopt this, then we'll continue that work and go forward for that May election. Nothing to add.
All right. Well, we every election rolls around every year, so it's up for yet another one. Questions, comments, concerns from council?
The new library, is that going to be
Yes.
used for this election?
Yes. It won't be for the primaries in March because it had to be advertised further in advance. But the old library location will still be a one for the March 1 primaries. The other thing I do want to point out for the members of the public, because our legislature had all of the different special sessions, they actually passed and approved a handful of constitutional amendments that the voting public have to approve. And normally those are in November, but because we have municipal elections in May, there will be some constitutional amendments on the ballot. And as a result, we will be contracting not just with Brazoria County to do our elections as normal for our municipal elections, but we'll be conducting those in Fort Bend, Harris County, and Brazoria County. So if you live in Harris County portion, for example, you'll be able to go to your Harris County election site and vote. Same thing with our folks in Fort Bend County. Our folks in Fort Bend County routinely, they have to go to 2 locations even during our elections because their school board elections are over in Fort Bend County, so they have to travel to 2. So this will actually help some of the folks on the far west end of our community only go to 1 location to vote. So that's a good thing, more convenient for them. So with that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Little. Motion carries 7-0 for R 2022-22.
All right. So moving to new business items 7, and potentially 8. I would like to ask the council if you have any problem discussing both 7 and 8. I guess concurrent, together. They're related. If we do one, then the other. It makes sense to do that. We do have some citizens' comments, but if we don't have any objection for taking up 7 and 8 kind of together, I'd appreciate it.
Mayor, I'd like to do them apart, if that pleases the council.
Say again.
I'd like to do them apart, if that pleases, because one is a memorandum on what are alternatives, and one is essentially something we've discussed for the past 6 months. If that I'd like to follow the regular order.
I think it makes sense to keep them together, but
Yeah, it doesn't make me either. I just want to make sure that we talk to them, together. But we'll move forward with new business item number 7. It's consideration of possible action, and I guess, Darren, we'll put it on the table. We don't need a set. We're really not putting anything on the table. We're putting it on for discussion first, and then a motion will come later. Correct?
Actually, I would go ahead and just get a second to get it on the table. It would still need to, there's not a formal motion, to make right now because you don't know what you're voting on, but it does say consideration possible action. But you're right. Technically, if you want to go ahead and just put it on for discussion at this time, I think one person can put that on the table for discussion, but no action will be taken without a motion in a second.
Mayor, would it make sense to reverse the order? If we do item 8 first, then it may modify the discussion of 7.
Well, the thought is we have a discussion if we want to substitute one for the other, and if there's a vote to substitute one for the other, then 8 flows from that you're going to postpone what we've been doing from the fee proposition, and then you move forward. I was just trying to put them both on the table together because if you do one, it automatically flows to the other.
Yeah, I think
that's all.
I think it's going to be impossible for us to discuss one without the other, since the way that it was presented. But
so I think they're going to be interchangeable. But
I think the discussions will be interchangeable, but the order of us voting will be one proceeds the other.
That's correct. So would you mind just at least placing it on the table for discussion, and then we'll move forward. Number 7, please.
I don't mind. Just for clarification. Darren, can you help me? Do I just say consideration possible action and then read the subject? Is that
That's correct. And if the council members have no objection to doing it in this manner, then what we can do is after the discussion, if there's a motion to come out of that, then we can have a motion in a second for any action to be taken.
Okay, so consideration, possible action, substitution of the storm water utility fee proposition to provide an alternative path for stormwater capital and operations improvements. So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I guess initial staff report, or I guess better than, before that, let me just kind of set the stage for where and how this came to be on the agenda. And again, 7 and 8 are somewhat related. At the last council meeting, we kind of heard, from council and others that we care that drainage is being taken care of in our community, that we have a path forward, that we're systematically handling not only maintenance and some of the enhanced maintenance that is needed and necessary, but in addition, some capital projects to make sure that we are, lack of a better term, storm ready when these big storms come through. And one of our members, Member Orlando, even said, I'm kind of agnostic on how we pay for that as long as we're moving forward with it, right? And so based on that, there was a lot of discussion about, do we substitute one for the other? We've been talking about the stormwater utility fee and proposition and sending that to the voters. And then we have received outreach from, Chamber of the School Districts, churches, and several businesses about what that looks for them, and asking the council and the city to bring them into the discussion on how, what, and where we move forward. And so part of the substitution would include that. So obviously, if we call for the election today, the election is the election. But if we wanted to have community engagement, we would need to potentially step back from the proposed fee and have that discussion. So part of what I'd like to see we come out of this, and this is going to be in the memo that Clay has provided as well, in the stormwater fee proposal was an enhanced maintenance portion. So for example, right now the city maintains, I forget how many hundreds of miles of ditches as well as storm pipe. None of us here, if you look at the storm pipe, you don't know if that storm pipe is clogged or not, or clear or not. Only if there's a problem do we know if we have a problem. Part of the part of the enhanced maintenance is making sure that we have a team dedicated to nothing but certain ditches and stormwater are put into a schedule and are routinely cleaned and maintained. And what we've talked about and what's in the proposal would be putting that feature back into our budget. It would be a budgetary item. It'd be part of our public works year in and year out, month in and month out, and that would be routinely done. This is in addition to what our public works currently do. I want to make sure our public works, they currently do maintain certain things within our cities relative to stormwater, but this is enhanced maintenance. It's taking it to a different level and making sure that when our storms come through and other types of rain events come through, that we are maintaining our system. And then also want to look at, do we direct staff to prepare, if we don't do the fee. So in the fee proposal, there was a certain amount of money that each household would pay, a certain amount of money that a business would pay for their impervious cover. That's what the folks from Bella Vita were referencing tonight. Private gated community, they would then be responsible for the impervious cover that their streets and sidewalks have, in addition to just their normal, their clubhouse and those types of things. And so just like any other business, their impervious cover, they would be responsible for a certain fee, and on a monthly basis, it would be added to the water bill, and they would pay that fee. So within the proposal, you had this maintenance, and then you also had some capital cost. Okay, so certain amounts of projects, we can discuss those projects, but it's projects that were within that proposal. And I think the proposal had some I think it was $58.7 million in projects associated with it. And so one of the questions coming out of this is, if we go a different direction, is what would that look like as a bond referendum as opposed to the stormwater? So if we're going to put the maintenance in the budget, then we would go to the voters with a bond referendum. And I think we want to look at different levels of what that bond referendum could potentially look like. 60 million, and I'm using rough numbers here, just make it easy. 60 million, basically duplicating what was in the bond, in the stormwater utility fee proposition. What does 90 million look like, and what does 120 million look like? Okay, and the way we sit here today was asked the question, would you support $100 million? I don't even know what that looks like to the taxpayer. So we need to give our staff some time to, what does that look like? What are the projects? What's the impact? What's the impact to the tax rate? How quickly or how long would these projects take? Would it be a 5-year program, a 6-year program, a 10-year program, 15-year program? Whatever we ultimately decide, staff would need to do some analysis and figure out what that looks like. And hence pulling back the opportunity to send this to the voters at this time. And then the last thing, or two last things, council initiate a bond steering committee. If you're going to go, and one of the things that the chamber has highlighted is they would like, along with certain businesses and others, to have community engagement around this whole issue. I've said it from here, I've said it in the public on multiple occasions. We're not debating yes or no on doing drainage. The answer is yes. We have to enhance our drainage capabilities. The answer is that way, but the question is, how do we pay for it? Do we pay for this through the fee, or do we pay for this through the budget and bonding of projects? And so we would have to know, in going out and talking to the public, which is the last thing, is that's community engagement. How do we go out and engage the community? We would have to know what we're talking about as far as impact to you as a taxpayer. And again, all the questions that I just came up with. How long is the program? What's the projects of the program? And what does that look like? Just like we would do any other particular bond proposal. So the reason to talk to them together is that if this council votes to say, yes, let's substitute a different route, then obviously if we're going to go the bond route, then it would be natural that we would postpone the proposed stormwater utility fee proposition of sending that to the voters. The reason I have said somewhat soft on that and give staff at least 2 or 3 weeks to come up with some type of, what is this analysis on? Analysis on the tax rate really can happen relatively quick. A longer portion of it is what projects are we talking about and what impact does that have, on our system. But keeping in mind that February 14th is the last potential date that we could call for an election in May. So if we're going to put this on the ballot in May, it would have to be called for at February 14th. And that was my attempt to make sure that those that were pushing for this fee still have the opportunity to do that. But let's look at what are the alternatives. And again, I want to be able to speak intelligently to members of the public when asked the question, what would $60 million look like? What would $90 million look like? If somebody asked me that question today, all I could say is I don't know, because we haven't looked at it. And to be fair, we need to go look at it. And so with that, I'll turn it over. I guess, Clay, do you have any additional? I tried to sum up your memo.
Yeah, so you laid it out there, Mayor. I would just say that 8 pages, I want to thank the staff that contributed greatly to that. I think it does a good job of defining the problem and where we're at, and that, as you said at the beginning, something needs to be added to our drainage system resourcing from the city's responsibilities. And as was said too, that I think there's a little bit of an inflection point. We've been talking about that drainage fee as a way to bridge that gap that exists for, depending on how you define it, for 2 to 4 years. But I think at the last meeting, there was a lot of interest and I think an opening to take a step back and at least consider bridging that, both the capital and the operations. And so, we prepared this. I know council's looked through that. I think it does a good job of summarizing and explaining the problem. There's recommendations in there dealing with the capital and the operations and a way to go forward on that in the near term. Because I think one of the concerns I've heard from council members and staff is we've been talking about this and we need to do something. And so how do we put the wheels in motion, and nothing's absolute, but to get some commitments and some actual forward progress on this and take advantage of this opportunity. So, encourage and request, using maybe those recommendations as a framework. And just to note, Member Campcar shared a note, and he's been an advocate of this, obviously, and that's included in here. So he went through each of those as well. So really turn it over to you, but just so we can keep things moving and doing something, let's maybe we use those as a starting and ending point.
Yeah, and I think they're both good starting points. And as I said in past meetings, no one likes writing a check to the government, whether it's local government, school district, federal government. Nobody likes writing a check. I've talked to our school officials, and they're like, I don't even like writing a check for my school taxes, but we do. It's a necessary part of our society. I also don't like replacing the roof on my house, but also want a roof that works. And so, that's part of maintenance at my own, as a homeowner. I've got to maintain my property. I've got to maintain it for my family. I've got to maintain it for the value that's there. Same thing with our community. There is a certain amount of cost that goes into just maintaining our system. Now, our job is to make sure that we don't overpay. We don't want to pay any more. But we've got to be prudent and do the right thing for taxpayers, in our community. We do have 3 members that spoke for this or want to speak to this item. Okay, I want to make sure that we get to our citizens that had signed up to this as well. So why don't we go ahead and call them?
Yes, sir. The first mayor, we've got Jimmy Davis. Could you please make your way to the podium? And as a refresher, when you get up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We've got a timer up there for your convenience. Since you walk with confidence. Thanks for being
Very thoughtful. Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street, Pearland 77584. Councilman Cam Carr, earlier, during budget, I saw you sitting up there fighting to lower our property taxes. You were my guy. You were our voice. They talked about raising water rates. They want 9%. You sat there and you said, you want 0. I was with you. As a resident in Pearland paying a $100 water bill, we settled at 5%. I appreciate you being the fiscal conservative, trying to fight for the little man, the single mom, the families that struggle and make ends meet. I appreciate that. I remember when you were running as a candidate, you were Mr. Red Pants. You would sit up here in your red pants. And I hear you're wanting a $5 a month fee on my water bill. That used to be $100. Now it's $105 because it went up 5%. Now you want to tack on another $5. It's $110 now a month. So my water bill's actually gone up 10%, not 9%. Ouch. You want this $5 fee, and we got to take care of drainage. But as the mayor pointed out, I haven't heard how you go spend that $5 million. What's that $5 a month actually going to do? What I'm hearing is the government saying, give me $5 a month and trust me to take care of this. That's not fiscally conservative. Put on the red pants. Don't tack on $5 a month and ask me to trust y'all to spend it well. Do the work. Say this is what it's going to look like. Bring it to a bond. Give us the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, Mayor, we have Jim Johnson.
Okay.
And he is speaking on behalf of the chamber, so if we could change the timer to 5 minutes.
It says here, Jim, you want to speak to 7 and 8. You want to go ahead and make your comments about 8 too? Or are you going to comment both times?
Thank you, Mayor. I will actually put them together, so because I thought they were similar items. Jim Johnson, Pearland Chamber of Commerce, 6117 Broadway. Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for the 5 minutes. I've spoke for the last couple of meetings. The first time I've got the extra 2 minutes. I just wanted to thank you for that. And the chamber has been mentioned a lot from the dais today. I just want to remind people that we are a wonderful organization that's been here since 1963 in Pearland, a volunteer membership organization representing a little over 600 businesses in our community, and we are glad to serve business, promote growth, and empower our community. We represent businesses who are large and small, franchises, large corporations, and independent owners. To recap, and the purpose of my conversation today is that the Chamber sent a letter to City Council on December 17th, 2021. Again, I thank the council members that have replied to our letter with a request to pause, have proactive engagement with businesses, and to review a bond scope. Tonight, we have the option to do just that, pause and set forth a conversation on a bond. We all agree that conversations need to take place on solutions to drainage, and I do thank council for their work so far. Over the last couple weeks, you have heard from businesses, schools, churches, HOAs. We've heard from additional businesses, independent nonprofits about this same topic. We ask and hope that council will pause, listen to business, and continue to have proactive engagement to find a regional solution for drainage. Thank you, guys.
Mayor, next we have Paul Eskine, and Mr. Eskine, I guess we'll ask the same of you if you would like to combine 7 and 8. And if so, it says you're representing an organization called Older Pearland, so we can give you the same 5 minutes.
I'll combine them.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Paul Eskine, 3516 East Orange in Pearland, and my business at 2519 Park Avenue. As I've been a major advocate for the infrastructure improvements in our city and have pushed the council to dedicate more money to these efforts, I wanted to say a few words about the stormwater fee. I know a lot of work has been done to find a solution for our drainage problems. The fee is similar to the way the city funds the water and sewer systems in a lot of people's minds. We would have money to fund the current maintenance and get the backlog of needed drainage projects finally resolved. After that, the money would be available for other drainage projects in the future as the newer sections of the system need major maintenance. But the tax has confused and blindsided many businesses and citizens. Many did not know this was such an issue, the drainage. That is because infrastructure is not something anyone talks about until there is a problem. Do we have a major problem with drainage? Do we have areas that need major renovation and maintenance for decades? Is the current infrastructure that is working well going to need replacement or maintenance in the upcoming years? And the answer to the questions is yes. So I agree with those that say the question is not if we need to do something, it is how we need to do it. Personally, I think there is a need for alternative options. I think all options should be discussed with the citizens and businesses of Pearland. For myself, the route I would take would be in the bond route. I think the stormwater fee route is too complicated. Too many people want exemptions. I don't think it would pass. I think the city needs to list all the needed drainage projects so citizens and businesses can inform the city if there's been any left out. The city should determine how many of these projects they could do a year and bring the bonds to the voters. And finally, I do agree on the enhanced fee, meaning the enhanced money going into the budget. More money is needed in the general fund to do maintenance. I do know that this takes a lot of willpower to make these decisions. For decades, the councils has kind of put things aside. They do a lot of the areas that you would consider that are wants and maybe not all needs. We want a safe city. We want clean water and sewers that work and good roads and good drainage. And a lot of people I've spoke to, if they're not flooding or have never flooded, they don't want any tax money to go to it. Okay. The problem is that everybody likes nice parks, hike and bike trails, nature centers, a very nice animal shelter. A lot of this was thrown to the voters. And there are times in our great city, the voters said, yeah, please do it. Spend all that money. But we don't usually speak a lot about the infrastructure. And if we don't get a grasp on it, all the people that have newer infrastructure is really going to start to suffer. When that new infrastructure starts to decay, then we're going to be in a really bad situation. All those people will be saying, hey, we got a problem here. And so, to be clear, I think we should go the bond route. I think the council needs to have the willpower to make the crucial decisions to get these projects funded and completed and continue this with the new sections of town as needed. And so I'd like to also think there should be a postponement of the proposition so that we can bring it to the citizens and bring it to the businesses and try to work everything out so that it doesn't take 20 or 30 or 40 years to be flooding and nothing done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Escon. Mr. Escon. Mayor, that concludes our speakers on 7 and 8.
All right, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for all being out tonight and your willingness to speak. As we kind of set the stage for the, what do we do in the projects and all of that, we have some studies that have actually been performed, and we know some projects. As I mentioned, the stormwater fee proposal itself had a list. It was pretty exhaustive list of projects that totaled somewhere around $58 million in capital needs. Is that the be all end all? The answer is no. that gets you a certain amount down the road, and then you've got to continue, forward. I think what some of us would like to see is a game plan of how do we start here, and then how do we continue to methodically move through this, and ultimately, it's multiple bond programs and those types of things. It's not going to all happen in one. A lot has been said about the master drainage plan that the city had performed back a couple of years ago now, 2.5 years ago, by the Half and Associates. I'd like Trent Epperson, if you could, just to kind of give a high-level overview of that study, who's involved in that study, some of the projects that are in that study, and then who's responsible for what. And one thing to note, and staff can elaborate on this, I've heard from several people that goes, well, we have a drainage district, so why aren't they doing this? And there are definite responsibilities that they have. There's responsibilities that we have, and so I want to make sure that the public is aware of the actual responsibilities that we have, and the actual responsibilities that the drainage district has, and that will help in some of this discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. So what is the master drainage plan? And I'll try to keep it in a nutshell as best I can. But it's a high-level look at watersheds improvement within both the City of Pearland and Brazoria Drainage District Number 4's jurisdictions. So they've got a little bit of jurisdiction that's outside of City of Pearland. We've got a little bit that's outside of DD4. But since we share common sub-watersheds just about throughout both jurisdictions, and they all outfall into Clear Creek, it made sense for us to partner with them and share the cost on doing this master drainage plan. So it's a high-level look at those watersheds. And what it does is it takes existing conditions and models those, and it looks at the major streams, creeks, bayous, and the major ditches within that, which those mostly, all of the major streams, bayous, and creeks fall under BDD4's responsibility. Some of the ditches are ours. Most of the major ditches are DD4's. So it models those existing conditions so we know how the drainage system works out there. And then with that, it documents what the current level of service for the system is. So, can it hold a 3-year, a 5-year, a 10-year, a 100-year capacity in that part of the system? And then the plan goes through basically an engineering exercise to determine the size and capacity of projects to increase the level of service for each component of the drainage system. So you look at something that's maybe can handle a 10-year storm, and it looks at what is the cost and implications of taking it to a 25 or 100-year storm. And it looks at that via additional regional stormwater detention, conveyance improvements, which is the creek and ditch widenings, and then looking at are there alternative routes to make the system operate more efficiently. So that's in a nutshell what it does. And then, kind of like to describe what it is not as well. It doesn't recognize all the constraints like available land for detention and widening of the channels. Some areas like Hickory Slough where there's land available may be easy to implement all the projects in the plan. Some areas like Mary's Creek, where it's much more developed, it may be much more difficult to reach those higher levels of service. And so coming out of the master drainage plan, the initial effort, part of developing projects from that is identifying those constraints and then adapting the projects to the realities on the ground. Another thing it does not do, it does not include the Clear Creek project, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project being handled by Harris County Flood Control District. We did that because as we were doing the master plan, a couple things, we knew that project was coming along. We knew that project would be modified likely as they go through their modeling efforts to determine what the final configuration of that project is. So it didn't include that in the model. It doesn't include it doesn't get down to the details of the localized neighborhood drainage projects that are the city's responsibility. So the ditches and the underground storm sewer systems in our neighborhoods and a lot of the localized drainage issues we see. And it doesn't include the underground, the undersized underground system as well. That is the city's responsibility. The other thing, it doesn't use the Atlas 14 rainfall rates. So that's one of the things we've got to look at moving forward. Is in the next iteration or the plan, next phases of the project, when we bring in Clear Creek, because Harris County Flood Control, once they determine what their project is, they will go in and fully model Clear Creek, and we can use that to plug in all the tributaries like Hickory Slough, Town Ditch, Mary's Creek, Cowards Creek, from our modeling efforts into that, and then we can see what the impacts are there. So then the recommendations coming out of the master drainage plan are based on benefit cost ratios, structures removed from the floodplain, just general inundation removed, and then flooded roadways removed. So it's a guide for flood reduction projects. The implementation and the prioritization as we move forward and do projects, and flood control does their projects, that it's going to change as we move forward with our projects over the next several decades. So coming out of that plan, kind of the next steps is to advance our known projects. So you see some of those in our 5-year CIP. You see those in the $59 million that are identified in the packet that were considered as part of the drainage fee. Next steps are understanding the impacts of Clear Creek on the rest of the system by using that model from flood control to update everything else. How much does Clear Creek drop? How much does that help the tailwater issues that are caused by Clear Creek and the tributaries? So how much does that impact those? Determining the appropriate level of service as we move forward based on project feasibility and cost. Developing additional projects based on the Clear Creek final state. So once we understand what that is, are there other projects we implement along Clear Creek that we can't really design now without knowing that final state? And then we've got to work through, partnering with DD4 on the cost on a lot of these projects. So traditionally, we've done a lot of 50-50 partnering on stormwater detention basins like West Marys Creek, the SWEC basins. And then DD4 has really been responsible for completing a lot of the widening projects along the channels. And then kind of one of the other major things is once we have all that, working through the floodplain remapping so that our Brazoria County side maps match what's on the Harris County side. So a little bit of a long nutshell, but that encapsulates the master drainage plan.
Well, it's a difficult subject because it's got so many moving parts and so many tributaries, and we start looking at the ditch map and everything else. Everything is colored up, so you can see how difficult it can be. So anyway, thanks for that, because there's been a lot of discussion about this study, and then what's the cost of all these projects in the study, and then who's responsible, for all of that. And I want to make sure that I think DD4 would be a tremendous partner. We need to actively engage them in what's their level of funding and work. A lot of times they do the work rather than just pay a bond or something. They're debt free, so they want to keep. And for years and years and years, they've been trying to keep their bonding free and clear because there may be something needed and necessary along Clear Creek from our side, and they want to keep their bonding capacity, for that. At least that's been the comment that they've used over the years. So I think that kind of lays the groundwork on where, what, and how we do. We'll open it up to council for questions and comments and concerns.
Thank you, Mayor. So one, just kind of setting the table. Based on most of the conversations we've had thus far, I think everybody in the council agrees there are drainage problems. And I'll just say this one. I think everybody here recognizes there's a problem. Everybody recognizes that thus far, what we have implemented to date has not helped to resolve that problem, or not in the measures that is necessary. We all want to come at it a different way, and I begrudge nobody for having different opinions. So there's a lot of the conversation, I think, where it seems like we're having acrimony, but it's not. We're just debating generally how do we recognize the problem and what scale of the problem is, and then what are we doing to try and resolve it. So just kind of categorizing that. Thanks. again, we all agree there's a major drainage problem. This conversation would be significantly different if we were having it just after Harvey. Most of these conversations would be around recognizing the areas where we did recognize drainage issues, because it's more immediate and we have more people who are impassioned by it. Those situations that we knew having Harvey have not improved. We've gotten some drainage area, we've gotten some bonding projects that are just on the onset, but those problems that we knew and we discussed and said we need better resolution to, those have not yet been resolved. I think it's important to note when Allison happened as 2001, Allison was a storm no one had ever seen. Couldn't have predicted it. It was bigger than what we even anticipated. The Tropical Storm Allison Recovery Project, TSARP, something that unfortunately Pearland and Brazoria County did not participate in. No, just at the time, I don't think that was, we had the funding to participate in at the level they have. So I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but we just chose not to participate in it. But it was multiple counties that participated in TSARP. And part of that was to say, we're reanalyzing everything as if Tropical Storm Allison is a now 100-year event, because we're not going to see that for a long time. And then subsequently Harvey happens and it's significantly greater. Statistically, that shouldn't have happened. My general concern is if we posture to say, well, Harvey happened and it's not that big a deal, the next storm could be bigger. I don't want to say that to panic, but I will say this. Based on the frequency of those events, either a tropical storm that just stalls over us, a hurricane that comes in the coast and comes out of the coast and then drops more rainfall than one anticipated, or routine events that are just anomalous, like, say, the tax day flood or something like that. They're just happening with more frequency than what we would have modeled before. So the next Harvey is going to happen, whether it's 5 years or 10 years. I think all of us are arguing we should have a better posture. I don't think there's anybody here that would argue we shouldn't have a better posture. So I don't want to discredit the argument. I want to categorize the argument differently, because none of us are arguing, let's just not do anything. Right. And I think they're, at least speaking with people in the community and maybe some of what was discussed at the last meeting, there may have been some takeaway that there's some of us arguing, no, it's just fine the way it is, we shouldn't do anything. I don't think anybody up here is saying that. We recognize there's another Linwood that has had significant flooding over time, and they waited until the water came through their houses and then got more and more frustrated, and we had to find a creative way to fund that. We just saw it with East and West Circle. So I want to make sure that nobody is discussing that. Nobody's arguing against that. So then we're arguing against, we know there's a problem. We know that what we're doing currently does not satisfy any of us as the best resolution of the problem. So we need to do something else. So now we're just talking about, how do we do that? We know it requires more revenue. So then what mechanism we're going to do? So I want to kind of I said all that to say I want to kind of contain the discussion into, we're exploring additional revenue to more aggressively go after drainage projects. So what is the difference between the three options that we have? Say, if we do the fee, we do the bond, and do the tax increase. I will just say this. I'm not a fan of any of them. I don't want to pay it. I don't want anybody else to pay it. I just don't know how to genuinely tell people who are asking us what we're doing about the drainage problems that we can approach it without generating new revenue. There's just not a path. And it's not our only issue. We could talk about streets that are underfunded. We got sidewalks that are underfunded. There are other programs that we would like to underfund, which contributes to how competitive the general fund is. So fee versus bond versus a tax increase. The reason that I think the fee is the best, I think in the end, it represents the least amount of cost to the citizens. And I can debate that. We can look at those, how I come up with those calculations. But I think in general, it would generate the least amount of cost to the average citizen. But the biggest thing to me is that it creates the enterprise fund for the storm. It creates a utility of the drainage. And it allows us to protect that revenue so that it can be immediately and long-term used only for this. The difference between what BDD4 can do is they can contain what's in their drainage system, which is the creeks. We can require the business developers to contain what's on their property, which ends up being detention ponds. But the conveyance between what leaves their property and gets in those creeks, that's ours. And that's what we can't get to. We can't address that quickly enough. It's not quickly as the need would demand. So I think my concern with the bond is that the bond is very unlikely to allow us to enhance the maintenance as we know we need. At least not for the long term. Possibly for the short term, we could recognize some subdivisions that need some dredging, some culverts that need to be reset, something like what we did on Wagon Trail or other areas of town where we know we have those. But it doesn't allow us to readdress that in 5 years when the silt comes back. So that's my concern with the bonding. Tax increase is just not something I'm a fan of, mostly because if we did go out, and I think my math is wrong, my math is imperfect, but I think in order to get about the same amount as the drainage fee would be, we would probably need about a 12-cent tax increase. We're about 28 million for property tax. We need additional 5 million. That's about a 17% increase, somewhere around there in our 70 cents. It's about 12 cents. There's flaws in my math, but it'll be in that range. We need a significant funding or significant tax increase to replicate what the fee could do. My problem with that is, one, I don't think anybody's going to be happy with us with a fee even half that size or tax increase that high. My bigger concern is there's no way for us to truly protect the money to be on drainage. That's what the fee and the utility allows us to do. That's why I think that's why I'm an advocate for it, because I just don't know of a better path. So I think containing the debate between which of those three options we would explore, I think we're down to fee and bond. We're probably not going to talk about tax increase. More importantly, Mayor, to your point earlier in this debate, the discussion about maybe not necessarily having as much confidence with future councils as we do with this one, the tax increase will come up, or the tax value will come up with each subsequent budget session, and it can be whittled down and likely will be for political purposes until we don't have the revenue we need to do the projects that we have discussed here. So again, as the lesser of the evils, the fee, I think, is the best path forward for us to solve the problem. The other alternative is we do nothing. And we just tell the citizens when they say, hey, what are we doing to address these drainage issues? We're not really doing much more than what we've done. So to what was proposed here, and look, nobody's advocating for that, and nobody is that callous about the issue. So I don't want to say that that's an alternative argument that's being proposed here. Right. Because I respect all of y'all, and I know all of y'all want what's best for the city of Pearland. We're trying to approach it in what we think is the best way individually. I think that the bond is a great option if we accept, hey, we need to resolve this. But I think my opinion is let's stay the course. Let's allow the citizens to have their say on the storm fee. If it fails, then we can be prepped up for a bond or a more enhanced bond for 2024, which we're already priming for. And that would be the path that I would prefer. I think with the fee, it just gives us the best protection to address something that is a systemic problem, and gives us short-term and long-term solutions, along with other options, which is why we explored it. To the chamber, Jim, you and I have had a personal conversation about this. I respect you greatly. I don't necessarily agree that we've not been communicative with the community. No, I'm just addressing that. I'm addressing what you had said before, but we don't. I think that'll be up to the mayor, but it wouldn't bother me at all. But I would just say this: I think, in this conversation, the motion was defeated before, It has there were news articles. It was publicly stated that we were exploring. It was defeated. At least this version of it, we pass it in late June. There were news articles in July about it. There were representatives in the chamber who were here when a lot of that was discussed. So I don't want to make it sound as if we could have been more intentional with our communication with y'all, but we weren't trying to exclude y'all.
Well, if you're going to ask someone who spoke a direct question, I'm going to let them respond.
Yeah, I mean, we're not looking to debate right now, Councilmember Perez, but I know when there's direct contact from the dais, sometimes it's appropriate to speak back. Regarding chamber representation, to back up a little bit on that, as you know, I started in July, so I can't speak to that, Councilmember Perez, but our spokesperson is either the president and CEO or the board chair, so we have great members, and we have plenty of them here today, but representation is actually done by either the CEO or the board chair at the time. Councilmember Perez, we are asking for proactive business engagement. I think if you talk to the businesses that are here, you had an HOA, they're not aware of this. And yes, there is engagement, they're just seeking proactive. We're asking to pause, have these conversations before council calls for the election, and allow their voices to be heard. Additional proactive business engagement where businesses have the opportunity to dialogue, to share their concerns, to share where they think council should go. As it was stated a couple meetings ago, 62% of your funding is going to come from businesses as it's written right now. I could be off a little bit on those percentages. Unfortunately, not all businesses get the opportunity to vote. It's the way the game works. They own a business, they live in another community. We're asking in our letter on December 17th to have that proactive business engagement and to look at the bond scope. As we'll talk about numbers today, Council will, you've seen it in your, I think, agenda item 7, have those conversations, let's look at those, and then council can make a decision on what's best moving forward. Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Thank you. And so that leads me into a couple of other points that I would want to make because, and I think we'll gear way off course if we have a debate with everybody who's in the chambers. Not that y'all's.
No, I'm not debating, Council. Just when my name was given the opportunity. So
yes, sir. Nothing that we're proposed with respect to bond cures any of those concerns. If we go to a bond, it's by vote. Business members don't get to vote on it. If we go to a tax increase, it's either by our vote or we hit the trigger where the state requires us to do it. The business owners don't get it. We can't cure that particular issue. I'm wholly in agreement that we can continue to dialogue with the chamber. I just don't believe that we should postpone it past May solely to have that conversation. It's my opinion, and I certainly know Jim does not agree with me, and I respect his opinion and his participation in discussion. Solely my opinion, though. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Member Owens?
Yeah. Having a look at this and going on the number of projects and what have you out there, $5 is not going to do anything. I mean, it's not. First of all, you got staff that you're going to hire. You're going to have equipment, and $5 is just pretty well going to pay for that. Yeah, we did a bond issue in 2000. We did a bond issue in 2007. And as looking at it now, and I think, we've identified a lot of projects and main projects that would really help us to do different things. I think a bond issue is probably the way we should go this time. I mean, on that to do that. We're still spending money out of 2007 bond issue, but the only reason we held off on it was during 2008 and that period of time in there that it really wasn't the time to go out and sell bonds. So that's what we did. Held off on it. We're still using them right now. And there's other avenues too. I was just spending a lot of time here lately with the people at TxDOT, and there was $538 million that was added to TxDOT for all system bridges, which all system are city and county bridges. And if you look at a lot of the bridges you'll have, they're low-level type bridges. They're actually, choke points that we have in here. And so there's an opportunity on all system, the city and county bridges, to raise those up to get the flow through there. But we're not going to be able to do much of anything until we find out what Harris County Flood Control is going to do, and the Corps of Engineers, which the Corps of Engineers, we've been working with them since 1961 to get something done. But I think, right now, as it is, and the money that would be generated on a $5 deal on this right now is not enough to do what we really need to do to start out. So it'd be inevitable in 3 years, you'd be looking at $7.50 or $10. So it'll be continuous up. And the only thing I tell you, if it goes through this right now, I'm going to ask that, that if we do that, that any time that fee would be raised, it takes a supermajority of council to do it on that if we go to the others. Because, you take 3 years now, I won't be here. Little won't be here, you won't be here. And so we don't know who's going to be here at this period of time to adjust that don't go through the history that we have on here. But I think, on that, and I think, on some of it, there's going to be other opportunities that we can pull in some off of HGAC and dollars to help us out in that area too. So I think what it does, in the beginning, I was with it and on this, and we went to over there at DD4 and talked to everybody over there with Alex and them, and of course, DD4 is not going to sell any bonds if they got cash to help you out. But if you don't, they're not going to do that through there. So I, after looking at it and talking about it, and the number of areas there that, like, the chamber says, a lot of people don't get to vote on this. I mean, that would be like, the Alvin School District, and it's hitting them pretty heavy, but they don't get to vote on it, on the tax, if we're able to, to do that. So my concern right now would be to with this, we have the information on the projects, pick out the projects that we can do the most, valuable, and the key projects that's going to do the most work for us to alleviate some of the flooding, and put them on a bond issue, put it out, let the people vote on it. I think that's the way we're going to have to go right now.
I'd like to see and make sure we stay kind of on the memo, and let's talk around the memo that was put out to us of, through the which addresses everything that we're kind of talking about. Remember, Perez, you mentioned that if we duplicated the fee, that it would, potentially be a 12-cent increase. Okay, rough math. I think the memo itself speaks to it. Clay, what does the memo say?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. And if you could put up page 440 from the memo that's on the agenda posted tonight. Four of 40. So that paragraph before, it talks about capital improvements. So again, the bond in a way is kind of easy. We've had great success in the process for identifying those projects, doing the preliminary engineering, putting those to the voters, explaining that. The community's been very successful or endorsed those when they've been put forward. The capital, is another flavor to this. But for the operations side, which we can't forget about, we talked about in the pro forma. It was said tonight that there's this trust us, but there's been a pro forma that's been talked about and edited 10 times that describes exactly what the plan would be for use of the money. And in that plan, the pro forma that council has seen says that there's only $787,000 in new money for operations that would do dramatic improvements. And if you go to the paragraph above that, it talks about the compliance with the screening, the ditch cleaning, the pipe inspections, all the things that we can't do right now with the operations money. But if we had from that pro forma $787,000, that would, start those things that were described. And if $1 million is a penny, we're talking about 0.7 of a cent. It's not 12 cents. If you do everything in the whole utility fund, that money would be maybe 5 cents, but that's the capital and everything. So the operations is, call it 0.8 of a cent.
So the other way I could look at it is that we reduce it, the $1 million per penny, somewhere around there. I was looking at off a percentage, 5 million off of the percentage, 28 million, and how we could do that off of a 70-cent tax rate. But I'll accept my math is flawed. So if we say 5 million, then it's a 5-cent increase.
Again, that would be the capital side of it too for the voters, and that doesn't equate to an automatic 5 cent. So that's not right.
Yeah. What I would, how we get there, I guess, is not as relevant as to say it's a significant tax increase to duplicate what the fee is.
0.8 of a cent for the operations. And when we do capital, when we bond these things, we wrap them around, and it doesn't equate. It's not a 1-for-1 that's going to be 5 cents. So
no, I
it's
get
not
it.
as significant. So
I get it, but
we need to make sure people understand.
What I'm referring to is what we can do with the operations, with the $5 million to go after more the enhanced maintenance projects, which can't be bonded. And I think we can slide the math. And I'm not arguing with you. There is, let's say it's a penny. Let's say it's 2 pennies. Let's say it's a half a penny. There's still additional revenue that we have to go to the voters and tell them we need more revenue to do this.
And I guess at the end of the day, a voter, let's say taxpayer, because and voters. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of businesses that the business owner doesn't live here, so he doesn't vote, but he does pay taxes. But let's talk about the voter. I mean, at the end of the day, the 5 pennies or the 5 cents or whichever direction you go, outside of the school district paying a fee, it's the same pocket. It's the same person paying it. And you're right, as a homeowner, paying $5 a month, it's not going to affect my lifestyle. It's not going to affect anything. And if I pay the bond, it's probably not going to affect much. But there are people out there that it will have an effect either direction. It's going to have an effect on them. And for me, the ongoing, and I've said this publicly, I've said this on this dais, that I want to make sure, even 20 years from now, the people who are here either dealing with bonds or dealing with this fee, how are they impacted? Okay. None of us will probably be on this dais 20 years from now, and it's how are the projects going to be derived? I want to make sure that the public is aware that right now there's no voter approval inside the fee for the projects, and that's what I want to make sure that this is as transparent as possible. I believe this group and what you're putting forward, it's gonna enhance and be good for our drainage. None of us can say that 15 and 20 years from now. Same thing with the bond. You talk about the bonds. Same thing, 15 or 20 years from now. Where are they going to be? And so I want to make sure that we, address that. It's important who we elect, that we bring people that have all of this holistically, looked at. So I know that a lot of us want to say something. I'm going to switch and come to this end.
Yeah, I appreciate it. This is one of those issues, and unfortunately, the next one is also one of these issues where there's no shortage of different tangents we can go down. But I think I see this pretty clearly and kind of just want to offer up my path forward, and maybe that can help. I think it really comes down to this. What we're all saying right now is very good. And I think it shows that we've made a lot of progress over past years. I think Mr. Eskine really illustrated that well, to where what we're uniformly saying today, from me down to Woody, is this is a big problem that we need to do something about. And there's no space between any of us on that point. That obviously hasn't always been the case. because if it was, we would have been paying for more drainage.
Right.
So we have made a lot of progress in that regard, and I think that's something to celebrate, and that's something that we should, and I think are tonight and in the future going to build on. I think the impasse that we find ourselves at right here is because of that lack of consensus before now, there is a concern amongst some of the folks that have been supportive of sending this fee to the voters that if we don't lock in that revenue stream through that mechanism, then there's no assurance that we're going to get a sizable bond that actually addresses these issues in a systemic way. And we've talked about all these different things. We've talked about this master drainage thing. There's $900 million worth of projects. We say that's overinflated and that's going to be split amongst various entities. Sure. But if I can just put a bow on it to the point that Member Perez was making about Allison and then Harvey, really like all you need to know is this, that in 4 years, from 2014 to 2017, we had 3 floods that are only supposed to happen every 500 years. In 2014 and 2015, and then with Hurricane Harvey, we had 3 floods that you statistically have a 0.2% chance of seeing. So like we know there's this huge drainage need, and we know that the drainage need is only going to continue. So there is no doubt, I guess what I'm saying is the impasse here is we don't know what the number is. We can do a study and determine how much is needed in terms of resources. But I think what is wanted is some kind of directional commitment. $25 million that we did, towards drainage in the last bond, that, no pun intended, like doesn't really make a drop in the bucket here. It's no doubt in my mind, $60 million, obviously better, but I think there's still a lot more. So I think that needs to be more of a floor. So I guess what I am saying as someone who has supported in the past letting the voters vote on this, and someone who's also said that I'm not some guy, I'm not a big passionate, we have to have a fee guy, or passionate, we have to have a bond guy. I am a passionate, we need to give the voters an option to make a major dent in this problem guy. And so I would be comfortable moving forward on a bond package with the assurance that, or with the agreement up here in concept that this is going to be something major, this is going to be something transformative for drainage. And I think that is the reservation that a lot of people have, that if we back off of this fee, are we going to do something that can also be impactful? And we're going to have to, there's going to be issues that aren't addressed if you take away the fee. For example, what's addressed in this memo regarding the maintenance, and we're still going to have to address that. And I think we can. Again, it goes to Mr. Eskine's point. You have to have the political will to do that. I think we are building up that will, but it to be fair, has not been there in the past. And so there's this concern like, hey, let's pull the football out, and then the political will is gone again. So I think that's what the concern is. I have more confidence than I have had previously that we can get to somewhere, but I think that's what it's going to take for me to be comfortable with that, is saying, this isn't going to be a $25 million program. I like the thresholds of 60, 90, 120. I would probably be saying, in terms to make a serious impact on this, I would like to give the voters the option to consider something like a $120 million program. We have to find out what those specific projects are, of course. That's why we're going to put together a committee that would do that. But I think what the supporters of the fee are looking at is, this is an opportunity to do something transformative about an issue that's literally like life and death. Yeah. So if we move forward with something that's not the fee, I think we want that to be transformative as well. And I can commit to getting behind something that's not the fee if there's a commitment that we will allow the voters, again, we're not saying do any of this by fiat or COs or anything like that, allow the voters to make a decision that they are willing to pay the higher burden to do something truly transformative for themselves and their neighbors, their families, and their homes.
Yeah, that's good. Well put. And I think that's the reason why the benchmarks were here. Obviously we have a fee referendum or a fee proposal. That's where the 60 comes in. That was a starting point. But then what does 90 look like? What does 120? And some analysis and some talk has to be done, and certainly, see what that looks like. And I'm open to all of those. As asked of me, back this last week of member Camcar, could I commit to 100 million? And I had to tell him, I can't. I need to know what it looks like. I'm not going to go blanketly just commit to something unless I know exactly what it looks like, right? So, but I can get there. I just need to know what it looks like. And I think that's fair, and that's what you're saying. As long as we're putting good down payment moving forward, that's what we have to.
Right. And I think in pretty short order to the comments that were being between Member Prez and Clay, I think that it would be relatively, we don't know what the specific projects look like that would comprise 100 million, but I think we can pretty quickly say what would be the ballpark tax implication of 100 million.
Right.
And that might be good to get back and just say, oh, are we comfortable with that? I guess just looking through that drainage study, there's just no doubt in my mind that we can find projects that will be impactful and that will be a good value to taxpayers. I think it's just, do we have the comfort to stomach, this is what the tax implications of that are going to look like for paying that down? I think that part can be determined rather quickly.
Try to use fewer words. I support, we've got a list of projects that's 58 million. I'd like to see East and West Circle thrown on there. And I'd be ecstatic to see that, that we engage the community, the chamber, everybody here, move towards a November bond. And if that 60 grows to 90 or 100 or 120, I'm not opposed to it, but right here we've got 58 million, and let's get moving.
So this is not going to require a response. I'm just going to talk about you, Jen. But I will say, Jim, you and I had a conversation, and I'll say, as a fellow nonprofit executive, I draw inspiration from the fervor with which you represent your membership. So I appreciate the conversations and you being up here to dialogue with us. I, from the beginning, have been a proponent of this, Mayor. I've thought that this was, I still do think this is a very good direction that we're moving in. Kind of looking through the memo, I see that there are some viable options. Reading through a little bit more, I had to educate myself a little bit more. So I'm going to, maybe say some incorrect things. So I might look to staff to jump in. But kind of looking through some of the master drainage plan reports and kind of what was in there, and knowing also that it did not conform, I guess, to the new Atlas 14 standards, which I was just kind of, trying to wrap my brain around what that stuff was. And my understanding is that it generally just is kind of with the new updates that occurred as this was finished in, I guess, October of last year, generally adding somewhere between 2 and 5 inches on top of what was previously the standard for, let's say, 100-year flood, something like that. So thinking about what it would mean, I don't have 4. Okay.
In 100-year.
So 4 inches, trying to
24 hours.
wrap my my brain around what it would take for us to take on an additional 4 inches on top of what was already in this report. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what kind of the benchmarks are for us to, like, what is the percentage of the number of projects that we need in order to reduce the potential for flooding. And as Member Orlando said, for the 500-year floods, it said in the report that the 100-year was not supposed to have, is a less than 1% chance that would occur, and we've seen multiples. So maybe, I would like to see a little bit more of what it would look like, and I don't know, Robert, Trent, somebody wants to jump in on this, but kind of what would you say the benchmark is, looking at kind of all of the outstanding drainage projects? What is the benchmark for us to say, if we tackled this 20% or 30% of these projects, it got us to a point to where, we at least reduced our conveyance issues to a point that is, I guess, quote unquote, acceptable? What is acceptable? What is that performance indicator there? Or do you not have it, and you need to bring it back, and that's why we're as Jim said, pause.
Yeah, I think I would start with, looking at the projects that benefit, looking at where we benefit structures, structural flooding, whether it be homes or businesses, starting with that, and then moving to more of the street and the nuisance type flooding. But, I think we'd start with, trying to categorize those projects and prioritize those projects along those lines as kind of a first.
Mayor, if I could, we're not, the idea is like, we need to go through the recommendation, the suggestion is to get this broad-based committee and start diving into the projects, starting with that 58 million that we've got and re-examining those, getting those PERs going so we can flush those out and get better numbers to those, commit the money, ASAP. We can bring that to you at the next meeting if that's what your desire is, and do that PER work. And the which ones, you want a level of service. This is from the plan. This is from prior presentations. This identifies those areas under our responsibility that we want to look at first. So, the information's there. We just need to.
So then
I'll kind of
I'll close with echoing maybe what I think Member Orlando was trying to say. And I was and am one of those people that does just not. I don't want to lose the momentum because this came before us previously, and it didn't pass. We brought it back to try to make the point, that we really wanted to prioritize this. I think we're at a good point now. I feel comfortable that everyone up here understands that this is a priority and that we're working together. I just really don't want to lose my momentum. I've got 2 years left on council, and I would like to see something comprehensive done, a plan put in place, something put into motion before I'm off of this council. So, if that means bring something back that seems
I would
viable
suggest
next meeting.
that the path forward is laid out here that's talked about. What everybody talks about. Doing the capital, getting going on that. This would get that actually done quicker than the utility fund because you can't build that up and you wouldn't have any money to do anything.
And I
for
appreciate
3 years,
those. And I think, that's viable, yeah. So I just don't want to lose the momentum. So I'm just trying to make that point to impress upon, whether it's staff or people sitting out there or the people up here that share this dais with me, that, we've got some progress here. I've got one other question, though, that maybe wasn't addressed, or maybe it was, and I just totally missed it. Looking forward, let's say into like 2030, something like that, where we have the TERS allowing us to reduce our tax rate potentially. What would that look like? Also, I would like to maybe see something in the future as far as how much potentially more we could commit. What that would also look like, I guess, that exchange.
So that's a huge issue and topic and discussion, and we need to start thinking about that. But I would suggest that in some ways would be putting off, that'll help us down the road no matter what. And there's the biggest issue there will be what the state mandate means for that and being able to recapture that. So before anything else, but that's 2029. We're here 2022. Been talking about this since 2019 or something. So.
But I think in the overall strategy, it may play into it.
Absolutely.
What do we do now? What can we realistically get done, say, in 5 years? And then where does that roll next? And I think it does play into it, and maybe that's part of the analysis over the next.
It's just hard to do the runs that far out, but I hear you.
I know it's hard because we're so many assumptions on values and those types of things. Once you get past 3 years, the assumptions are pretty tough anyway. Remember Little? Oh, were you finished?
Yes, ma'am. I'm done. I'll yield. Thank you.
Remember Little?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I know it's getting late. We all know we have a problem, and we need to do something about it. It's going to cost a whole lot of money to do it. And the issue, I guess, how we're going to pay for it. Whether we pick the tax increase, the bond, or the drainage fee, you guys end up paying for it. We end up paying for it. All these projects here, it looks like we're addressing kind of individual localized areas within the city that flood on a regular basis. We had Allison, a big flood event back in 2001, and we had, Hurricane Ike in 2008, not quite as much flooding, but still a lot of flooding, and then, of course, Harvey in 2017. But it was the same areas that seemed to flood over and over. Harvey kind of exaggerated all of it, and a lot more areas flooded. But if we have another Harvey type event or Allison, these localized projects until Clear Creek is addressed, which is not going to be done until 2028 or 2029, we're only really putting Band-Aids on this thing the way I see it. You may have improved some localized problems when there's minor flooding, but another one of these 100-year, 500-year events, and I don't see where it's really going to help the city. And getting back to how we're going to pay for it, I'm not in favor of the storm drainage fee. No citizen, not a single one, and no business owner in Pearland has told me that they like the stormwater fee. Nobody likes to pay higher taxes. Fortunately, it happens, and we do have some significant tax increases coming up in the next several years to compound that problem. I don't think will go over very well with the citizens, which is who we represent, and the business owners. The third way, I agree with Councilman Owens. Let the citizens decide. Put it on a referendum and let them decide in November. And that's who we represent. And that's kind of how I feel about it. So that's all I got to say.
Awesome. If I could just jump in here and try to land this plane in a place where I think most people could feel pretty good about.
Gum, can I get my piece before you start? Can I get my piece in?
I was going to throw another, but sure, he can go. Sure.
Yeah, gum. All right, I'm sorry, folks. Joel, get on deck a little bit. Can I get the memo pulled up with our response memorandum that was placed at the end? What I'd like to do, I'm trying to be medium. I'm not trying to be long-winded here. Please give me the grace, gentlemen.
You're good.
This memorandum that was put together by the staff was actually probably the roadmap that we as a city have to follow. It's only like a 5-page memorandum, but believe it or not, it really is where we need to go as a city.
It's full.
Yeah,
It's there.
It's relatively comprehensive.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to that memorandum before I start summarizing, because for the media, for whoever, they need to see this is where we as a city need to go. Regardless of if we do a bond or regardless of if we do a fee. I'm going back to the staff memorandum. It's got the green top on it. There you go. I'm just going to roll down here just a little bit. Please keep going with me. Operations piece, this is not capital projects. This is just maintaining what we have today. This is underfunded, is essentially what this is saying. For a relatively minor amount of money, we can get back on top of this. That is just for what is there. That is not detention capacity increasing. That is not conveyance capacity increasing. That is just maintaining what we have today. That is not remodeling. I just want to be very clear on that.
And I want to tie that to my comments earlier when I talked about enhanced maintenance.
Right.
That's what we're talking about in that.
Correct. Next page, please. Just for avoidance, I'm in favor, so the staff knows, of doing the 662 here. To adding that annual budget allocation. We'll discuss that in February, obviously, but I think we need to go there. Let's go down to capital improvements. These $58 million that we're discussing is a 5-year allocation. That's the 22 to 26 CIP. It's like 15 projects on it. To give context, the 2019 bond item, please roll back there real quick. Go ahead. The 2019 bond item is 28 million of the 78. 15 of that was one project, and everything else was really small baby projects. Just to kind of give you context, 5 years, we're spending 60. On a few different projects, we're spending 28. So that kind of gives you some scale to what we're doing. And then you add that there's kind of this $1 billion number that's hanging out there. We can talk about scope, and I'm acknowledging that, but that's out there. Let's scroll down, please, so people can see the 60. This 58 is phased in over time. If we do a bond or if we do a fee, the same phasing in is happening. Regardless, the difference in the fee is that continues to lock in the source of dollars and gives certainty to the staff and to the team of here's the revenue to go do something. Once the bond is gone, it's gone, and that's a feature. And in my mind, a bug, because you're always going to have these issues that you have to work on. The rain is always going to be here every year, Can we scroll down here? This is an important part. Essentially, what is happening here is, and Mr. Epperson alluded to this, Harris County Flood Control is going to do 6 more years of studies. They have to go do a 2D model. They have to go figure out what that means. That's a big fancy word for when it rains, it stops. When it rains, it stops. Where does the water go? Because rain doesn't just happen over and over and over. It stops, it ebbs and flows like in a hurricane. The reality is people will point out, well, Clear Creek is never, it's 8 years out. Well, when you start a car trip, you don't wait for all the green lights. You don't just walk into the airport, they give you your boarding pass, and there's a certain amount of friction involved. But there are certain things that we have to get started, that we know we can do today, and that we need funding, whether it's in a bond or a fee. That is not in doubt. But the idea that like we're going to get a congressional invitation, that everything will be smooth and we just go do it, not going to ever happen. Just won't. That's just not governance. It just isn't. Can we please scroll down?
Well, it's construction too.
Absolutely. Yeah. The recommendations for the budget amendment for the PERs, that's what is that? Preliminary engineering report. I would actually, if we're going to do something more significant, advocate for more dollars, but as a starting point, this is it. The number 2 item, which is a drainage committee to review projects, that needs to be a committee that is formed regardless if we do bond or if we do this. We need to start putting projects that are moving. It needs to include stakeholders that are business folks. It needs to include BD4. It needs to include staff members. It needs to include members of the council, to Member Hernandez's point, to keep this momentum. This has got to be a top of mind item, and it needs to be done swiftly. Here, the advocacy point is 90 to 120 days. Regardless of if we do bond or we go do a fee, we need to get these answers. There's literally a book, a binder here that has projects in it. There's neighborhood level items. To Member Carbone's point, the West Circle folks who came, they're not even on that list. Right. They're there. The number 2 needs to happen. Can we scroll down a little further? Stop, please. The very top line is 60, 90, or $120 million for analysis. Whether we do a bond or whether we do a fee, we need to have a discussion on that scope. Right now, we're only essentially modeling with the fee a $60 million scope to cover the $58 million. That number could be enhanced. Whether we do a bond, that number can be enhanced. Right. When you look at this graphic here, the red should bother you a little bit. That's not good. This is 3-year existing level of service. That's LOS. In Mary's Creek, in some of the segments, it's higher in the 550 to 100-year range. But you have to remember, you plan for a 100-year event. So when you see a single digit, you should not be excited about a single digit, generally speaking. Let's go down to number 3, please. Concurrent, number 3 is asking of us to do something in May of this year, or at the latest, November of this year, or at the latest May of 23. That is showing that we can move government as fast as we can, but we have to have projects. We have to go either to the voters on a bond or a fee. We need to do this swiftly. Things happen. Other items come up. COVID happens and things break down. We need to move swiftly. There is a lady here who I can't get out of my face, my memory, who she looks scared. I ended up finding they're from the West Circle area. They're a Latino family who moved from an area that flooded, and then they had a very small rain event, and the water was up to their door. And they were moving to the city that was in better shape. I can't unsee that lady's eyes being like this literally for 2.5 hours. She needs some relief. Number 4 is almost, I think, the most important item. If you see here on the 3rd line, we're at 13.5 inches. That is the old Atlas 14, pre-Atlas 14 standard for a 100-year event. That number, NOAA has adjusted to 17.8. That's 4 inches. We have to be able to maintain, either convey or detain 4 more inches of water. We haven't added any more capacity. We're not even maintaining the level that is the old standard. This should be this is the blinking red light. We have to start working out. We have to eat our Wheaties. We got to start lifting weights. That's what that signal is. The city is saying in bold font, which you should always look for the bold font, we need to start moving and preparing to adopt this. We are not there yet, but we have to work with our partners at the county, at BD4, and others to move in this direction. This is why this is a critical path document. This is saying all the things that we need to do. And then the item number 5 is the outreach. I'm not going to belabor this point. I could really argue with some other items. I do want to point out one other thing. Can we eventually, I'm going to come to you, Joel. Give me a second. Can we pull up the drainage fee language? Get that teed up. We don't have to go there right now. But can we scroll down to the? I'm halfway done there. Sorry.
You're good.
Can we scroll down a couple of pages to the project list? So I reviewed the memorandum. I put it out there. It is further down, please. It's in the yellow top. I reviewed the memorandum, provided my comments. Some of the members have seen this prior, some have not. Let's go to number 14, please. This was out of the
half study.
Yeah. Let's go to 11 first, really quickly, and then I'm going to come to 14. So the way that, scroll down, please. The way that the study was put was essentially 4 tranches of projects. One is very, very large CIP, think in the tens of millions. One is like reserve, like 5 to 10, and then there was stuff essentially below 5, and then there was essentially anything that was smaller O&M, $1.5 million projects. So there's 4 tranches of projects. And as was stated by Mr. Epperson, this does not get to the neighborhood level even. This is just where does the water go when it leaves your neighborhood? Well, if there's no place for the water to go when it leaves your neighborhood, what eventually happens? It backs up onto you. So we'll scroll down to number 14 now. It'll give more context. The 58 million is out there. There's study. There's a drainage CIP. My recommendation to getting into the 90 or 120 million dollar scope is that we add these items out of the half study. This has been reviewed by BD4. This has been reviewed by the city. I took the pains, Mayor, and for the council's benefit. These are probably almost all in the city's jurisdiction, as opposed to they're not going into the ditch that is right next to the BD4 outfall. And then you can see where the priority was under that category. The large CIP, the Hickory Slough middle segment was number 1. Here's the acre feet of mitigation. I think 1 acre feet is 1 inch over an acre, correct?
1 foot over an acre.
1 foot over an acre. So when you start thinking of 1,000 acre feet, that's a shit ton of water. And then the cost of that in the 2018 dollars was 43.2 million. I'm guessing with COVID and now the cost of everything has gone up. I bet you that number is really 1.2 times whatever that amount is, if that just gives you context. But these are the projects that I'm recommending to the staff that they go out there and add to our list to get us to a more significant number, as Mr. Orlando pointed out. When we scroll further down, and I'm going to give the visual and then I'm going to quit talking, man. Let's go down to like page 20 or so. There's a couple of maps further down, further south, please. Keep going. Page 23, 4, 5. You'll see the capacity map. Okay, here's the projects. So I highlighted this. This is in a memorandum. You can kind of see for yourself. Number 1, large CIP, 43.2, Mary's Creek segment, the 25-year level of service, which you were hearing. These are the costs here. So you can go and see them. They're in our studies. They're out there. And then here's the one that makes the most impact to me. Let's go to the map that has the entirety of the city on it with the red and the blues and all this.
Keep going.
South.
Keep
south,
going.
south,
No, keep
south,
going. Keep going.
South. There you go.
There you go. 34.
All right. Zoom out, please. So essentially, this is a map of the city. Now, this is BD4's overlay as well as ours, but we're a majority of the city. I live on the far west end of town. There's no red. The areas that are red are the very small level of service conveyance. So think out of your neighborhood. It goes into the red pond. Some of these projects, like that one for the upper part of Mary's Creek, is that middle red item right above the word Brazoria County. All of the water from Silver Creek has to go somewhere, starts going east. Well, it runs into that ditch. It doesn't have the capacity. Well, if we go and we increase some of that there, it's probably going to help the people down. It's also going to help the people up. Well, some of these projects are all over, but what I'm trying to illustrate here is I don't live east of Cullen, but if I lived east of Cullen, I would want to see some of these red lines go away. And some of these projects on the half study, some of the projects on the CIP start to erase the red lines. And that's what we want to do. We want to be closer to what it looks like west of 288 with no lines. That means that it's more modern infrastructure. It can hold more capacity. So that's what we're doing.
Good. No, it's all good.
That's what we're trying to do. Can we pull up the language here for the fee? And I just want to dispel some rumors. I heard a comment from the audience. I have been thinking about the taxpayer. I think a lot of us have been thinking about the taxpayer and how we can get better. When this language came to us, it did not have very many guardrails. One of them became that we changed it to CIP. You could not increase it from $5 to $100. And then you could only look at this once every 60 months or every 5 years. So it couldn't be done willy-nilly. This is contrary to what you heard earlier. This is what literally everybody voted. Everybody on this council voted unanimously to add these amendments. I just want to clarify the record. 85% or 85 cents of every dollar has to go to a capital project. Can't go to some bureaucrat or somebody else deciding to go buy cars with it. Okay, it's going to go to that. And then lastly, It's locked up, and the voters are the only people who get to unlock that box. That is as conservative a ballot language as we're probably going to get. Everybody on this dais that had a vote voted for it, and I think the mayor probably would have got there too, because guess what? Everybody else agreed to it. Here's the thing, if we go the bond way or we go this drainage fee way, it's going to do something positive. It is how do you do it in a way that is responsible? Right. And I think everybody on this council wants to do something responsible. Let me finish one other item. Can we pull up, go back to the other memo, and I want to pull up the FEMA memo. My very last page. And Mr. Hardy, I dragged him all the way over here. But essentially what happened at the middle of last year, April of last year, is FEMA said, we're looking at all of our data, and we're re-looking at it, and we're reanalyzing it. And they're deciding what you pay for your flood insurance. And in this memo under paragraph 2, risk rating 2.0, which is essentially FEMA 2.0, they're looking at everybody. And they're saying, what is your capacity to move water? What is your instances where you may be at risk? They're analyzing everything. The better that we do here, the lower our rate will be. The worse that we do here, that flood insurance is going to go up. That's what this memo indirectly is saying, that they are analyzing this at a more deep level. The more that we invest here for $5 or whether we do a bond issue will help you when you're having to go buy flood insurance. We do nothing, pretty good chance your rate is going to go up. This is why this is important. And for the members who are saying, well, you're Mr. Conservative and now you're not, being conservative is about sometimes seeing something and taking your big plate of spinach and eating it. This is not a comfortable scenario. Nobody wants to come and advocate to go spend these dollars. As the mayor said, writing these checks is expensive, but we have to do something. These guys at the federal level are saying we have to do something. And if we don't remember, Harris County got 0. City of Pearland, when they went for their applications, got 0. And the federal government is now monkeying about with those dollars. There are no other friends. And as was pointed out earlier, Brazoria County takes a third of our dollars and we don't get a third back. These issues we have to handle ourselves, unfortunately. And we have to do something. So Member Orlando, I've said my piece, dadgum, I'm on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I would just say to put a nice bow on all this, I think that we can come away with something tonight that we can all feel really good about. As you've said, Mayor, as Clay has said, we have a good path here. There are 4 members up here who have expressed a willingness to do the fee and have those concerns that I was expressing about the size of it. I say we move forward with the plan as was advanced in the memo by Clay, moving up that targeted minimum from 60 to 90 million. And I think that is something that would get everybody up here on board feeling much better about it, and we can all go home and feel like that we cashed a win for something significant for drainage in Pearland. So that would be my proposal. I would motion that unless there's any comment and look for a second.
I would only ask that, I guess for clarification, that as Member Camcard pointed out, that whatever those projects are, for pulling them from the existing plans, that they are adjusted as much as we can, because 90 here obviously is not going to represent 90 now, and I know that we'd have to do engineering reports and stuff to try to get there, but to the best of our ability.
That's going to be somewhat of a moving target until we do more PER. But we've got to throw a dart somewhere.
For sure, and I think that just shows the good faith and could.
I think that's what you're talking about.
Yep.
So for the motion, though, are we saying we've got another item? We can give staff direction to move forward with
proposed memo with a minimum of 90 rather than 60.
We can do that concurrently with moving forward with the fee, which is the next item, and then potentially reevaluate once staff's given us some better information as to whether we want to make a modification in May or not. If I'm understanding what you're proposing, we're not changing course on the fee as of yet. We're just giving staff authorization to better explore a bond as an option.
I would have to. I don't know how long that would take them to get that in. If that could be done by February 14th.
Well, hold on a second. Clay, you had an analysis on the O&M piece. If we wanted to say what a bond would look like in a 90 scenario, for instance, can we have that analysis prior to the meeting? Obviously, we have to figure out the project list. We have some that are proffered here. We still have to add West Circle and others as we go through this community process. somebody's going to raise their hand and say, what about my neighborhood? And I understand that and I respect that, but can we at least work the financial piece on this to detect that?
Yes.
Okay, don't close past the cell.
Yeah, which is why I left it the way I did, that we can get the financial side of it before the 14th. If financially we could look at it and go, that's something we would advance to the voters, then we would know that.
Yeah, and that's if we move the fee or postpone the fee, I think that we lose that generally as an option. I think we keep it on May. My position would be we keep it in May, we put it to the voters say no, then we can go to bond. Because we're all agreeing that we need to do something. It's just a matter of how it's paid for.
It sounds like they could do the high-level financial analysis, come back on the 14th, and we can have a final meeting of the minds of, hey, are the folks who weren't for the fee comfortable with advancing a roughly $90+ trillion package?
Roughly, we're saying the same thing. We're not ready to say postpone it past May yet. At least those of us who were supportive of the fee, but we're all willing to say if we're looking at the funding, moving the funding mechanism to a bond.
I think what I'm saying is if they came to that meeting prepared to accept the putting forth a $90+ million bond, then I would be prepared at that February 14th meeting to postpone the
Darren, would the best course of action be to postpone item 8 then? Move forward with this, what we discussed, assuming we move forward with this new direction on 7, postpone 8 till the next meeting, we bring all the information back and then.
Correct, because ultimately we'll have to prepare a resolution calling a special election just in case. That would have to be on that agenda if that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah, why don't we kill it tonight? Nobody here is a fan except 3, maybe 4 people up here. We've got momentum on the bond. Let's take
because
it.
the bond's going to die. Because all we're doing with the bond is punting the issue to the next conversation, and the bond's going to die when there are people up here who are not willing to propose on that. My concern is that if we're using the bond as a point of discussion to kill the fee, and then punt the issue till a later date, and then we kill it then we've done nothing with the drainage.
I haven't heard that from anybody.
I haven't heard
Everybody up here is
That's what I'm saying,
a fan
and
of
that's why I'm saying right now we don't need to kill it. We have until February. We can get better information, and then we can move forward with one or the other. But we're both saying we need to do something.
But nobody's changing up here.
Well, here's
by February.
Here's the thing. There was a lot of people that didn't trust each other up here, and there's a lot of trust that is moving in one direction, another. Tony, in my estimation, was not going to get anywhere close in this bond. I'm considering it with the right projects, I can get there. He's moving. I also think the fee long-term is a superior option because it will build in a long-term resource that we can plan projects on in 2027, 2029, 2030, and onward. But the reality is you're going to have 4 or 5 different special interest groups try to shoot at this thing. And winning this 53-47, we can do that. I think it's possible, but it's going to be contentious and not fun. At the same time, the bond needs to be of substance. And I think we all agree on that now. Member Perez, here's where I'm at. And I don't think it's perfect, but you and I have been in alignment on this. I would like to advance the fee discussion February, have the staff realize it's very imperative for them to come up with a list that works and is manageable. And if that list and manageable is acceptable to the body, I'm happy to drop off the other option. But I do not want to go put the pistol. I don't want to take the pistol off the table until I know that there's a serious commitment. Because right now, as soon as we go in and kill this thing, things happen. Government happens. And it just flies off and it dies some lonely death somewhere and nobody remembers it. Right now, we've got a very conservative fee that is out there. It is structured the right way, and it literally can go do projects if it's enabled.
I think that's we're saying the same thing using different words. We don't have to make a vote on the fee or postponing the fee till November or terminating the fee now. There was 5 votes to approve it. There's one that switched, but there's still 4 votes to move forward. We know we have a perfect measure of whether the citizens want to know whether this fee is useful or not. They get to vote on it. If they vote against it, then we know. but I mean, it reminds me very much of the discussion where there was a lot of people in the community that were very much against off-premise liquor sales. I don't know anybody who was for it, but somehow it passed 70-30. I don't want to limit it to just what we're discussing here. So I think we have the possibility of postponing or modifying the fee or getting rid of the fee. But I think for me, and I'm hearing from the other four that were for the fee initially, other than the one who's changed, we're open to the idea of the bond, but we need better information before we switch. And we can still do that in February.
Yeah, and which is why the alternative in this discussion is here.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and I want everybody to understand, you can't just turn that ship on a dime and go the other direction. We had to have this discussion to move in that direction. I do believe if you go forward with the community with a fee election at the same time talking bond, you will absolutely confuse everyone. So it's one or the other
100%.
in moving forward.
Poison the well.
I mean, I heard earlier both, and I'm thinking, whoa, you're going to confuse.
For the purposes of these discussions amongst us, we're not putting a bond and a fee on the election because that doesn't make sense. No. But if for the purposes of where we are right now, we've all agreed that we need new revenue. Now we're just talking about the revenue source, bond versus fee. We have till February. Let's see which one of those we like better, and let's see which way we want to move forward. But I don't want to remove one of those options and lock us into only one decision.
No, I got you.
Can we go back to the motion of 90, and then I think we have an agreement in principle.
Yeah, 1 second, and I think we're there. Go ahead.
No, if Mr. Carbone is as serious as I think he is, which I think he is, I think we can get there. We need to see on the 14th an enhanced scope, and I think at that point we can probably go fork in the road, A or B. But I think we're going to have a lot of work on the staff side. I think there's going to be a lot of work on our side. And I think when we get there, because here's the thing, we still have to go to if we go form the committee as in the recommendation, we need to go out across the city and hear from the neighborhoods. And they're going to say, I have a project, this is a major issue, and we have to adjudicate. So that 90 million may get picked up relatively quickly, but we need to have some confidence that that's the route we're going. Right. But I'm happy to go the route you want to go, but I think we need to see a little more meat on the bone.
So Darren, I'll defer to you, but I would I would motion that we bring this back on the 14th with a $90 million floor, with the intent of at that point kind of getting a meeting of the minds, and at that point postponing the drainage fee if it was conducive to the to the body to go forward with that $90 million minimum.
I think if I'm correct, I need to modify my motion, or we need to make an amendment to the motion, correct? Because it's a little weird the way it was presented.
Well, I guess originally I said we could go and just put it on the table and then make a motion in a second, but I think it was actually motioned and seconded. So technically the motion is consideration, possible action, substitution of that plan. So
yeah, I was going to say
you could make a motion to amend.
The memo is what we're essentially voting on, the memo. What I would say is if we want to limit it to 90 and above versus 60, 90, and 20, if that's where you want to be, maybe it's an amending to do that. But I would also state this, that the council initiating a bond steering committee, we talk about it in the memo. You put some people kind of or some thoughts out there. And I don't know that we have to solve that tonight. That's something we can solve on the 14th. And so I would be looking, from representatives of the chamber, business, homeowners, because again, these homeowners are going to be paying for this. I don't have a problem with the schools. Certainly the city council needs to be represented in DD4. And so we can float that around over the next couple of weeks and figure out who, what, when, where. That if you're going to do a bond steering committee, it's not going to be your normal, 5-person committee. Typically, you want one that's a little bit larger than that. If you go look at the school district, they put one together, and they're usually 20, 25, 30 people on it. I'm not saying we go there, but typically you have a little bit bigger, broader scale on your bond committee.
Mayor, I think the recommendations were all there. There's like 5 of them.
Right.
Amending recommendation 2, which is the establishment of the Drainage Capital Committee, and then it has the 3 options, changing that to what your thought is. I think probably
Gets us there.
keeps
Gets
his
it.
motion going.
Yeah.
You have to amend it. And I
That's
think
it.
process-wise, that probably moves the ball.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to make that motion amending the 60, 90, and $120 million tranches up by 30 million each. And what else do you need from me?
Excuse me. So up each one of them, so it's 90, then 120, and then 150.
That's right.
Okay.
Second.
There we go.
So we have a motion and a second, and I get where you're going with that, and I think that's appropriate to have a study from staff to do that. So we have an amending motion. We have a motion to amend on the table. And a second. Madam Secretary, we'll vote on that amending motion.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little, Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owen.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
So we have a motion to amend passes, so now we're back to the regular motion. Any other comments or questions, dare I ask? Nope, seeing none. Thank you, guys. It's been actually a fruitful meeting. So, Madam Secretary, we call for a vote for the amended motion.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little, Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 as amended.
Okay, and with concurrence, we'll just move 8 to a future agenda.
I'm cool taking a vote on it now.
You want to?
Can we move it to the 14th and just?
I mean, I look in the audience at how many anxious business owners and HOAs we've got here, and it's on the agenda.
I know, but Tony, we just had a good discussion that we're going to put.
I think as a good faith thing,
Yeah.
it works to move it to
Yeah.
the 14th. I think we see the direction it's going, and I think the intention is to table it, but I think we can get there more easily if we.
Can we move it up to maybe agenda item number 1 and 2 for the next meeting?
Fair enough.
Deal.
That's fair.
Darren, do you need formal action on that? No.
If the entire council's in concurrence with the mayor's recommendation to just, or I guess it was actually Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation to move it to the next agenda, we can do it that way. If you prefer a formal motion to postpone, we can do that as well.
All I said was with concurrence, we'll
yeah.
just move it to a future
Okay.
agenda, which would be the 14th.
If there's no objection, we'll just plan on putting it on the next agenda.
Mayor,
And there will also be, as I indicated earlier, because it is the last meeting in which an election will be called, we'll have to have a resolution calling that on that agenda just as a precautionary measure.
Mayor, could we do a special meeting to discuss the postponement and these items prior to the regular meeting?
Is there
And the
any-
regular meeting, then we can have the motion.
Well, I would don't.
Anything in front of that?
Well, I was going to say also, if the earlier we make it, that people are getting off work. I think 6:30 is an appropriate time because by the
We'll
time
just put
people,
it first.
I would be more comfortable with that. Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. And having it up front, I think is fair as well. We can do that. With that, we'll move to item 9. Council input and discussion to provide an outline to a one-time catch-up, one bill alternative to the 3230 plan, and a transitional plan to current billing. With that, I think we've got 2 people signed up to speak. And
Yes.
I will say this on the drainage, that's the first unanimous vote you've had on drainage.
Yeah.
I want people to understand there was concurrence, and that's what we've got to have if we're going to approve things through the vote of the people. So, yeah, exactly.
Mayor, we have 2 members of our fine community who wish to speak on item 9. The first is Jimmy Davis, if you would please make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the record. There's 3 minutes up there. And may I also say thank you very much for your patience and perseverance this evening.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street, Pearland, 77584. Gentlemen, to say that I'm glad to see this on the agenda would be a bit of an understatement. Yeah. This was on the committee that y'all formed that I was honored to serve as, 12.5% of. This is one of the biggest items that y'all asked us to tackle. And in April 2021, we gave y'all our recommendation. It's been 9 months, and now action's being taken on it. I'm glad to see that staff is in agreement. We need to move away from 3230. Each of you, when you sat down, you had a piece of paper with 7 examples. You have some dates, you have some numbers. You're probably like, what is this? On the committee, y'all have heard from staff how confusing how the committee's recommendation was. How it was complicated. It was very confusing. How theirs is simple. And yes, theirs is simple. It's very simple. On the committee, when we were looking at the billing, we identified $500,000 in free services that people have moved into Pearland, opened an account, and got months of free services. $500,000. The committee's recommendation, and what made it complicated, was we identified who these accounts were. These 7 examples you have here, move-in dates, what cycle, first read date, when did they get their first bill? These are actual people from the actual system. Data provided by staff. People who moved in, who set up their account, and got their first bill 2 months, 3 months later after they started their service. The committee at the time, when we did the analysis with March 2021 data, was $500,000 that is owed, that the proposal today, with the read dates all being billed in May, you're going to give away $500,000 in services that people received, that when we don't have the money, you're going to raise everyone's rates again. I encourage y'all to say this needs further exploration. I am more than happy. We tried to offer to explain it to staff on multiple occasions, myself and the vice chair of the committee. 2 different occasions, staff canceled the meetings. There was no desire to understand what this is. I encourage y'all, don't give away $500,000 in services. I'll be happy to help answer questions, sit down with staff, and demonstrate exactly what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mayor, I don't see Mr. King, but right there. Oh, there he is. He moved. All right, Mr. King, you're up to bat. And I think you know the drill by now. As I said to Mr. Davis, thank you also very, very much for your patience this evening.
Ralph King, 2805 South Galveston, 77581. I was on the committee with Jimmy, and I'm the geek of the committee. I just want to make a comment that I really do appreciate that you are moving forward for the elimination of 3230, because the reality of it is that's what it's going to have to take in order to build trust with the users, to ensure that they get a timely measurement of their consumption instead of having to have a bill show up 60 days later. And why is that important? Because they continue to have reported events of odd readings, high readings, consumptions at odd times. And now currently we don't know when those occur because the bill's so late. So I cannot encourage you enough. Also want to thank you, because as the current plan has it right now, is you're going to forgive me 1 base fee charge. Thank you. By the way, there's about 30% of us within the city that are in that condition. So you're giving me some money. I appreciate that. I would suggest you might look at that, because you're leaving money on the table. Now, why is that important? It goes directly to the conversation you had just prior to this agenda meeting. Why is it that we have to wait till we have a crisis, that we have to go throw more money at it? You could clean ditches all the time, and that should be within your base maintenance. Your performance, your management performance of the city with the resources provided is abysmal in many areas, including cleaning ditches, including bringing water to us at a consistent price and consumption and a bill on time, and provide improvements in infrastructure that actually meets a project schedule. And you wonder why citizens look at you cross-eyed when you want to bring a fee or you want to bring a bond up for election? I'll make the point. It's physical performance to deliverables. And so far, I've only been in this city 3 years. You aren't performing. And that's the reality. And the fact that you're having a list of all these things that is maintenance. Now you're talking about borrowing capital bonds to pay for maintenance. Goes directly to the concern that the citizens have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Mayor, that concludes our speaker requests.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you both for not only your comments tonight, but your service on this committee to get us to the point where we are right now. So we appreciate both of you. So with that, we'll turn to staff report on 3230. And I'm just going to say, Mr. City Manager, Kansas and Tech are in overtime.
Overtime now?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. This is another discussion and was requested by council back, I believe, in mid-November, 3230, that council looked at to gradually recap and get the sync back on the water usage and what was billed. That's been working successfully as planned. The council did look at 3 alternatives at least, and that was a selected one, and we've been executing that over the last year plus. And so the amount of gap between usage and billings is down, as we reported per that plan. Council did ask us to come back and look at what it would look like now to true that up en masse for all the accounts. And so with the material tonight, I won't go through all that again, but try to give a couple of examples of what that looks like, at least for the residential accounts and various usage. If we do decide to true up all the accounts, we do recommend that we bring a ordinance to adjust the tiers for just that interim period, and so that people wouldn't be bumped up into those extra tiers for that period. If we go forward on that, that'd have to be a once and only, just the calendar-wise, in February, and we prepare that and bring that to you, and then we'd have to undo that afterwards and revert the tiers back to the pre-3230, because as you'll recall, we likewise moved that up when we instituted 3230. So, there's pros and cons to all these alternatives, and there's pros and cons to what would be to true up, but it is seems feasible, and at least for the residential accounts, wouldn't be extraordinary amounts of monies for this winter time, particularly. And so if you decide that we want to do that now, this would be the time to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Open it up for questions, comments from council.
I'm personally fine either way. I think my preference is to stay the course. We're almost done with 3230. We only have till the tail end of this year. I think the confusion caused with changing it and asking for a significant amount is going to cause more confusion and throw things off a little bit. But if the value now, I think, is so reduced that it wouldn't be, most people probably wouldn't feel it. The ones who did feel it, we could probably come up with a plan. So that would be my only caveat. If we do a full true up, that we have an alternative to where we can let them pay a portion of it to mimic 3230. if we have if it affects some of our citizens who are low income significantly.
Let me ask Nancy or Amy, either one. So let's talk about that scenario. Let's say we're several months down the road. We're going to do the true up. We've done all the meter reads, and here comes their bill. It's X for their normal bill, and then it's $40 for their true up or whatever the number is. And they go, I just can't pay the 40. What and how and what would we do with those customers?
Mayor, we would go forward and implement a payment plan working with those customers. Nancy can give you the specifics on how that's done, but we are prepared to do that. What the 3230 has allowed us to do is get to the point where we wouldn't have so many payment plans, because then it just becomes kind of a customized 3230.
Right.
So by seeing this through, I think we're about 57% done with 3230. By getting to this point, that's allowed us to make this change a little bit more easily.
And that payment plan can be, if they make it in 2 payments, or is it 10 payments? Is it 1 year? Is it customized, or is it a set plan?
It'd be a customized plan, sir. But just like Ms. Johnson was indicating, it would be, if we did it for, we got it to a point now that we can get it down to the customers would be just looking at a smaller increase for these customers because of the success of the 3230 plan for the past 20 months.
Okay. And I guess from my perspective, I'm glad of the timing, because if we were going to do this, I certainly didn't want to do a true up in the middle of the summer, as people are watering grass and pools and those types of things. But doing it in the winter, this is the lowest time of the year for consumption across the board. There's always an exception to that, but for the most part, people's irrigation systems are off. Their pools aren't evaporating like they would be in the heat of June, July, and August, and so certainly would make sense. This is the time of the year to do it. Questions, comments?
Yeah, Mayor. I've got on those, just to follow up on that, keep the conversation. Would that require a separate council action? Because I know we reinstated fees. Would we have to take a separate council action to provide for the ability to create payment plans? Maybe that's a no.
Not to do the payment plans. That's something well within their purview already.
Okay, fantastic. And then I just wanted to get some color, maybe from Nancy, on the statements that Mr. Davis made and Mr. King made about these base fees that would go unpaid in this $500,000. I don't know necessarily what that's referencing as far as money left on the table. Can you maybe speak to that just a little bit?
Whenever a customer moved into the location, their bills did take anywhere from 2 to 3 months. But those bills they're actually being billed for their actual usage time frame and the period of time for it. Just like if a person moved out, Member Hernandez, that customer would pay from the time that last billing to the time that they moved out. So there's not a period of time that they're losing. With this plan, the customers are going to be paying for their actual usage, their total actual usage.
Okay, so I guess because I called you once when I terminated service and moved, and I know that I had a delay, but I did pay that last bill. So that's how I was understanding it. I'm just trying to get I guess, how this came about. And what I know that was for the $500,000. What about the unbilled base fees, just so I can maybe understand where that's coming from?
We're looking at to do, instead of doing next 2 months of billing, we're going to just go ahead and look at it as a one bill true up is what we're looking to do. And in order to do that, we're looking to have a tier adjustment that you would all vote on, as well as then to revert back to the pre-3230 rate structure and with the adopted fiscal 22 rates.
Okay. I guess in my brain, I'm hearing, or rather I'm feeling maybe some mixed sentiments, because we have all these discussions about like people are going to explode and have a coronary embolism over a $5 fee, but then if we give them a catch-up bill, which I've been in favor of since day one, and then all of a sudden it's like I don't know, I'm struggling with a lot of things, but since the very beginning I kind of wanted to move forward with just a catch-up. However,
just remember, this would be over.
Yeah, exactly. It would be over, but then
better knock on some wood.
We get so many phone calls as it is over a $5 fee. I'm like, man, if we sent $40 catch-up bills, my phone would just explode. I'd have to change my phone number at that point. So I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted with the conflicting sentiments here, but I'll let the rest of council say their piece while I kind of internally mull it.
If I can just ask, I think last time we had a discussion around what the number of people, because and I made the point that there was a legitimate concern being raised that people have these issues. There are some number of people that might have a error in their reading, and then they're not able to address it until it's too late. But I think we kind of sized out how many people that was, ballpark. Nancy, could you speak to?
You say what you're asking is someone that's questioning their water bill, and we're looking at the delay of what that billing is going out to them. Remember, Orlando?
That's right, and I think we had a discussion of meter errors. There was some number of people, but ultimately, I thought it was a single-digit number monthly of the 40,000.
It's a single-digit number. I think Mr. King is even acknowledging that as well.
So that was my concern of this, just conceptually and totally. I mean, I think this would have been very irresponsible to do. At the very beginning, I think the numbers would have been so high, but we're talking about there's some single-digit number of people that have this genuine error that is being exacerbated by this problem. But to solve it, we're going to send 40,000 households a bill for, and not just households, as we just heard in this last discussion, a lot of businesses. And for businesses, it's not going to be $25. It's going to be, the example here we have is somebody using, somebody getting $1,000 bill, or someone getting someone who's not as aggressive of a user getting a $200 bill. And I am confident that I'm going to hear about that. So there is not a scenario, and let me take it back one step further. For a problem that wasn't their fault, and no fault of any of those businesses or any of those homeowners, the city made a mistake. So there is not a scenario where I will vote to send all these folks a bill for a problem they didn't create. I would, sooner than doing that, just if we want to say tonight we want to be done with this and never talk about it again, I would say the city absorbs the cost, and that comes back to you in the form, realistically, because it's an enterprise fund, it comes back to you in the form of in your water rates when we're assessing that. But I can't imagine sending everybody a check when we're talking about how bad inflation is and how bad economic times are and how squeezed businesses are, and we're going to send somebody a $1,000 bill in the mail. I'd rather just write it off, but I'm not going to send people an invoice, and I don't think there's any way I can get there on that.
Well, it's just for the high schools, though, the $1,000. It's for high schools. It's not like not nobody at the house is going to get a $1,000 bill. That's going to be like $26.
But what's Memorial Herman getting? That
Yeah.
What's?
Yeah, no kidding. Nancy, I need to have a recitation. We've got a phenomenal memo, but there's so much there, and I'm, as you know, not that smart, and it's late. I just want to ask, where are we? How many days behind are we now with the 3230 from where we started to where we are, roughly speaking, today? How many days behind?
Yeah,
It ranged from probably 30.
I believe it ranges from 46 to 54
Okay.
right now, depending on your cycle.
And where do we start at?
71 and
Okay.
78.
So, and I have to recite this because every time we do this. So is the 3230 plan doing what it was said it was supposed to be doing when the council changed? Is it being executed and performing the way it was supposed to?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much money are we talking about now if we do this one time, bill everybody and drop this forever, even though we won't really drop it forever, but temporarily? What is the one-time amount of dollars that we're talking about?
You know about the true up cost?
Yeah, what's like this one time?
It would depend on the usage for the customers for that time frame that we would have
I'm
to look
talking
at.
between globally all the rate payers at like this grossed up.
I haven't even got a number on that one. Remember Camp Car?
Until you take the reads, there's no way to know. I mean,
Yeah.
really, honestly.
Do we have? Okay, let me ask this in a form of a question. Do we have an estimate?
We would have to go out and look at what was done last year at this time and look at those numbers itself.
Okay.
and see what
All right.
that would, and see what that would look like, and then compare that and put that to the rate structure that we're asking for on the tier adjustment.
And this is starting to get to the point of why everybody's just pissed off. Like, there's not a defined number of like, how much are we talking about and what are we missing? And it's not, I mean, it's some people's fault, but they're not here sitting anymore. But the part that I'm struggling with is this. We had a system that was performing, whether it was flawed and somebody was turning the knobs before this got detected. Somebody got let go or moved on. Somebody who didn't know what they were doing had the controls, screwed this up. So we're on two different payments or cycles or methodologies. We're at 3230, which is the fixing or attempted fix. And now we're moving possibly to this fourth one time, everybody be quiet, let's get on with this. The fourth time now in like, what, 3 years or 30 months or whatever the number is now. And we don't even have a defined answer. Whatever we programmed allegedly is working. And as member Orlando pointed out, the residents and the business owners, the ratepayers, did not make this mistake. Did they use the water? Absolutely. Did the internet grab onto something that was out there? Absolutely. Was the internet probably correct? Absolutely. But what has not been enunciated is that that money was bonded, that revenue stream was defined, the rate, the bondholders, need to get that revenue. That revenue has to come from somewhere, whether it's mom or dad or whether it's unallocated fund balance, it has to come from somewhere. I have been consistent. I'm not in favor of this unless the city puts some dollars into this effort. I cannot go send a letter to 40,000 ratepayers saying you screwed up and shake them down again. Just can't do that. Just can't get there. Not going to do that. And let me finish. I know maybe you're getting. I'm gonna get my point. I'm gonna get out here. What I would just tell you is this: we've had convulsive discussions. People have been upset for the last 6 months over $5. We're talking what, $40 or $50 or $80 for a homeowner? Is that what this memo is saying? There's so many dadgum numbers here. I got it all turned around.
It ranges depending on residential and commercial and all that, but yes, I mean, anywhere from $25 to 40, 45
So
for residential.
we got in all these convulsions over $5, and I just can't do this. When we started this, there was no COVID. There was no 7% inflation. But here we are. This process has drug out so much that those dollars are probably tighter than they've ever been. And now we're saying, you guys got to go do this, even though it would make this problem go away. If the staff in the city are not going to put some level of dollars into this solution, unfortunately, I'm just going to say we need to finish this thing out in the more painless way, even though it is a shit sandwich that nobody wants to deal with because it still has its problems. But it is better than sending the one-time bill essentially right after Christmas. And that's where I'm at. So that's all I got. I apologize to the team, but that's where I'm at.
I have a quick question. As Councilman Hernandez said, he was able to pay his bill in full when he sold his home. So you're able to calculate the arrearage on a customer's usage if they choose to pay it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why can't we consider sending out with all the monthly bills an option? You have the option to pay a one-time catch-up fee. And if you choose that option, either check this and send it in with your bill or contact us and then let them pay it. And those are the ones that want to do it. The rest of them continue the 3230 plan on.
You're correct, Member Little. What it is that was the true up. That was when the council decided that if customers wanted to pay that, they could true up all their accounts. However, it causes a implementation problem within the utility billing department. You've got individuals that are going to be on a 3230 plan, some sporadically throughout the city, and you've got some across the city are going to be on this 3030 plan or 3031 plan that's going to be current status. Unless the AMI system comes up and when the AMI system comes up and functioning, we can go out there and say, these customers across the city are trued up. Therefore, I can go out and read those meters at that time. But yet the other ones, I still have to go out and drive by or pick those up on an AMI reading. So you're looking at different billing schedules for these individuals. Okay. What we're looking at here on this is across the board, all accounts, and doing it all at the same time.
Okay, so it's an all or nothing deal. You can only pay it when you're terminating your service. Okay, then I agree with Councilman Perez, which I've only done a few times in 5 years, but I say continue the 3230 plan rather than burden the citizens with a one-time fee. And one more thing, I will be beheaded if I don't mention this. My wife is not happy about our water bill. In 2 months, it was $750, and it's winter time, and we're not watering the grass very much, and we're not putting water in the pool. So she's watching, and if I didn't say that, then I might as well not go home.
Right.
Member Little, I'll be happy to take a look at your account when I get back into the office tomorrow.
Member Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I mean, just to be clear, why we're here is because it was we put a committee together. They had a clear recommendation, and since then they've come back and said, "Hey, we recommend you get rid of the 3230. You do the one catch up." Not gonna belabor the point. I mean, they tore apart 3230. I guess 2 months ago when this was brought back, when there was a consensus to revisit the one bill alternative. So I'd be a fan of the one bill catch up. We've got to get Mr. Davis and Mr. King comfortable that there's no gaps there. If there are gaps, they're material. And I think that sets us up well for AMI. But I think, hey, Woody, can you hold on just a second? It's getting late and I'm having a hard time focusing. I mean, we can go back and revisit the last meeting where they tore up the 3230 and the gaps that are in there and the double bills and all that. And there's going to be issues. And so I'd be a fan of this, but doesn't sound like we're there.
Woody?
You know, well, I am going to make it quick. I've said from the beginning that the city needs to eat this. You know, the thing about it, if we send it out, what kind of letter we're going to put with it, you know, and say, okay, you owe us another $40. We're going to true up. It's nothing that you did, but we're going to still charge you that. There's going to have to be some kind of charge, you know, or some kind of letter go out with it to say, and the reason that we're paying, you know, we want you to pay this additional on the water. And the way that I see it, if we do that, I don't think the people are going to come back and vote for any kind of a bond issue later on if they're going to pay for stuff they had no cause for. I think it'll come in and it'll deal with that. But I've been from the beginning saying that, you know, we should just eat the darn thing and let it go, get it over with.
So just looking at some numbers, we have roughly 37,500 residential accounts, right, Nancy? Somewhere in that ballpark, and I know that dials up and down every other day. Even at $25 a house on average, and I know that's on the low end from what was just mentioned. It's $937,500. So eating it would be just $1 million. So just on the residential side, we're talking about on a minimum of $1 million. I know staff doesn't want to go out there and estimate, but that's a very high level estimate on the low end. If $25 was the benchmark across 37,000 accounts. So, you know, that's kind of where we are. I don't know that we heard consensus to put it back on the agenda on the 14th to do anything. I'm disappointed in that. I get emails, not every day, but the emails that I do get are, they don't understand their bill, and then they continue to look and go, why is the bill so late? And here we are 2 years, you know, after the fact, and people are still asking the question. And so to me, that to me gives us the opportunity to do away with it. Nancy, also in the memo, we're not talking about doing this after Christmas. We're not talking about doing this next month. We're talking about doing this when?
It's going to be, the transition would have happened in May, sir, and it would have affected the February, March billings, our reading usage for 3 cycles, and then March and April usage for cycle 14. We would true up all the accounts in May. Starting in June, we would start all the accounts as a current status for 30 to 31 days, which would hopefully, come, it'd be something that customers, as you said, would be used to seeing, will be on current status with all the customers as well.
What would be the communication around this?
Just like you're indicating, and I would look for, I would recommend doing some type of letter to indicate what we're trying to do here. This memo would be something that would go out as well, that this is something that we've chose to do. We did it at a tiered rate based on, we didn't want someone to go into higher tiers. We did all those different things so we can get to the one bill and catch everyone up at the same time. And this will happen before the summertime is what we were shooting for.
All right, just trying to put that out there. We weren't talking about next month. We were talking about, staff was talking about mid-year. But it doesn't look like you've got concurrence to do this.
Well, when would we need to make a final decision if we're talking about implementation by that?
Well, they need, because Darren helped me on the ordinance side, because part of what we would have to do is go back on the legal side, on the ordinance side of giving direction to staff. They can't make this just overnight go change.
If I could start, and I'll let Darren add.
Sometime in February we'd have to.
We would need to bring this up, as I said, to the February 14th as a first and only, in order to make that window before we get into later higher usages. So.
Because you need it to go into effect now for the water that's getting ready to be billed that won't take place until in the future.
Correct. And again, capturing
not
winter
billed.
usage, not summer usage. And again, I mean, you could ride 3230 out. It'll take another year to finish it, and which is fine. That's where council wants to go. It's not what I would choose. I would choose to do away with this plan and get it done and gone. I've been consistent at that, just like you have on your consistencies. I would have never entered into it to begin with. I would have figured out a true up. I would have put everybody on a payment plan that wanted it. And again, I wasn't on the council. Those that were, you made the decision, and it is what it is. So I'm consistent. I'd like to see this move forward and done. And again, the emails and phone calls that I get around water almost always reverts back to 3230.
Mayor, can I ask, before we put it completely to bed, because we can come back to this. If staff give us a payment plan as an alternative to the true up, so we can give them the true up. All we're talking about is, do we pay it in increments, or we pay it all at once? And there's all of us who say still pay it in increments. There's still a few of y'all that think pay it all at once. So I think we could get a better consensus between all of us if we said, here's how we bill everybody for the true up, but here's how we allow them to pay it over time, so that we're not adopting the 3230 plan, but we're giving them this automatic payment plan. So we just say, hey, look, you owe $40, but you only owe $2 more a month. And that may, I'm just trying to find a true alternative to solve everybody's concerns, because we did get the committee and we did ask them and they did give us some concerns about it, and whether I agree with the concerns or not. But maybe there's an option there before we put this completely to bed that we can discuss at the next meeting, and we can just say, hey, look, if we're not willing to find this midway point, then we're done.
Yeah. Nancy, what you're asking for in that billing, it's close to that. I mean, you would be a true up, but people would have to request a payment plan.
Yes, sir. As they do now, customers would have to request a payment plan.
Okay. What Member Perez is saying is almost reverse, that we're going to true everything up, but here's your payment plan if you choose, or you could do the one-time payment.
That would be very problematic to try to implement, sir.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just trying. I don't mean to stress your life out more than it is. I'm sorry, but we've already put them on a payment plan. 3230 is the payment plan. So if if we can find a midway point and maybe end this discussion so that we're not talking about 3230 for another year, probably about 8 months or so. And maybe that satisfies the concerns that I know member Carbone has been representing, and I know he's spoken to a lot of people about this, but it still gets us on a path where 3230 for the most part is still somewhat implemented, at least its intent. If we don't feel like, and I'll leave it to you, Mayor, if you don't feel like it's worth the staff effort to bring it back in February and at least evaluate it, then I'm not going to cry about it, but maybe there's a halfway point.
Well, and without even, I mean, I don't want to, it's not, there is a staff time and a staff element there, but if there's not 4 members that would even entertain that, it again, that would be a completely wasted effort.
Are there 4 members that would entertain a midway point?
I would.
Probably need to vocalize it. If you're not, then it's not worth anybody's time.
Nope.
Nope. All right. Well,
Okay. I guess we're 3230 till it's end. And again, not something I would support, but it is what it is, folks. All right, matters removed from consent agenda. There are none. We'll move to other business. There is none. And last issue, mayor council issues for council discussion. 10, council review and discussion. The discussion on sales tax receipts for the past several years. We'll turn that over to this was put on the agenda by member Cam Carr. I'm going to hold you to 15 minutes or less. That's what
I want to go for 12. Mayor, thank you for doing that. I know it's late. I just kind of want to get an idea. COVID has turbocharged a lot of things, inflation, but also sales tax receipts. And as we start going into the planning sessions around the budget for next year, trying to understand kind of what do we think is reality versus what can we project on. I'm just trying to get a flavor for that. So to the team, that's just what I'm kind of going for.
If I could help set up a bit, we have Rachel Winslow on our budget team, and she's the one that does those reports for you every month. And she's closest to the actual numbers in terms of what's coming in and those HDL reports, which we shared. And those give you a good flavor for where the money's coming from. And then the bigger drivers, I see Matt's here. He can talk to that in terms of what we think is turbocharging, as you said. So Rachel, want to give a real quick what you see and then turn over to Matt.
Sure, good evening. So when we're doing our sales tax forecast for the upcoming year, we're looking at our historical data. And we also have a forecasting tool from our HDL consultants that look at what sales tax is going to do. COVID has been a bit unpredictable. We did not anticipate that sales tax would actually go gangbusters through the roof as a result of COVID. So both HDL and the budget office thought it would be a more conservative approach for fiscal year 22. That has not borne out going forward. But we do start to see that these trends are decreasing slightly, especially in the retail segment, or more likely stabilizing. But as we get closer to the budget time, HDL will release additional quarterly forecasts, and we'll be using that and their forecasting tool to make our best judgments on that, and we'll consult with PEDC on what they're seeing in the community. And we can share a memo out about that if you'd like.
We pull up the agenda item just with the historical on there briefly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do we think we're going to program closer to a 24 number or to a 22 number? We kind of have a thesis right now just because that pays for parks, that pays for sidewalks and all that other good stuff.
Yeah, certainly as we come into fiscal year 22 projections, we will be adjusting
our 22 sales tax numbers to, reflect the increase that we've seen so far this year. And if sales tax are continuing at this trend, we'll even increase it further than that. For next year, I don't know that we would budget for double-digit growth, but I don't know that we would be as conservative as we have been this year.
Good. Just one other thing. So how do you guys deal with the sales tax holidays and the other items around that like people go spend a lot of money, but we don't get a piece of those dollars or things like that? How does that interact?
I would have to ask.
So the sales tax weekend would only be one weekend that we would not collect those sales tax. So that would just be for 2 days. And that's been going on now for years. So I would think it's built into our numbers for that month that it would
Or
be
just that the
recurring.
state doesn't collect it, we don't collect, just nobody collects.
Nobody
at the end
collects
and
on
half-
certain items, on certain items.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, just, and as we look at the top 10 folks, a lot of it is places where people routinely shop over and over, weekend after weekend. Obviously, H-E-B, Home Depot, Walmart. I mean, I wish we had somebody more local, but those are all gigantic ones. All right, well, that's really all I had. I was just kind of curious where we were, outlook going forward, just because it is a very uncertain time. Inflation is obviously ticking up. Interest rates are starting to go up, and I know sales tax is becoming a bigger part of our budget every year.
Matt, real quick, just on that item, just so the public is aware, obviously we feel like one of the drivers was the stimulus that was put out by the federal government, and because we can see the uptick when those checks started rolling, but that ended at the end of December or end of this month?
It ended in December, so the last child tax credit, which is just an acceleration, so then people will get, less of a tax return potentially. So I think we're going to see maybe the typical bump you see in the spring when people start getting tax returns that all retailers see, especially on big ticket items. I think you'll see a decline in that. And there's an article in the packet that shows you how nationally they've shown that trend is when the first stimulus came in, went up. After that, and then the second stimulus came up. So I think that's definitely, you can't underestimate, especially in our trade area too. We serve a much, much larger area than just our footprint of people that buy these necessity goods, and they've all had extra money in their pocket because of that.
We'll probably see a bump or a tick down in our February receipts.
Correct. Well, it should be March. February should still be the holidays, so I would hope we're still good there, but maybe the next month.
All right. Is that it? All right. Cool deal. All right. We will then move to executive session under Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with city attorney regarding pending or potential litigation. We'll move into executive session at 11:03.